next few days. Also, I want to, before we start the Farbrengen, I just wanted to, it's very important for me to thank all the people that were involved in many different ways in making this happen. I'm not going to mention names, it's going to be a long list, but I just want to mention that everyone who was involved here in many different ways, and everyone should have a lot of atzloche, nalinyonim, begashmus, beruchnius, naches, bezum, simche, all the good things. Be'ezer Hashem, we should be able to continue, weiter, and then advance, lech lechon, even in a greater manner, until Moshiach Tzidkeinu B'kol Mamash. All right, so with Hashem, we'll start the Farbrengen now. We're on the Farbrengen soon.
Have a stand.
And Chabad say L'chaim. No, Mezog L'chaim. No, Chabad Zog L'chaim. Grace, it's a special time. The L'chaim, Farbrengen. Getting ready for Yidal Mission. This is what Yidal Mission is about. This is what the Rebbe wanted. To sit together, Farbrengen. Shem Esachim Gam Yocham. L'chaim.
I know the walls are all dirty. I keep on beating myself, but it happens. There's so much. Interesting question. I mean, I'm here to yes. Hang on. I work for about stuff. What? This stuff? I do. Wait, you're in here? Yeah. How's it going?
He wants directly towards him. Can you zoom in? No, it's not going to be good quality. Is it good quality?
Levi, you're the center of the thing.
Don't sneeze. You have a portable charger? You have a portable charger?
I don't have a portable.
How much battery do you have? It could last an hour or two. It could last an hour or two.
Zoom out.
Zoomed out.
Great appointment. L'chaim, everybody. Since we're about to enter the month of Chodesh Nisan, Shabbos will be the Shvedish, tomorrow's tonight's Erev Shvedish. So I'd like to share something that people like a Chiddush, something new, or maybe some of you never heard before. So I'll share something from Cheder Apardu, from behind closed doors, behind the curtain. As you may know, I had the schools for many years to be a chayzer and a maniach of the Rebbe. I should say not Lashon Hava, because Kedusha Lezozim and Kema, everything is nitzki and remains intact. But practically speaking, for many years, the job of remembering the Rebbe's Farbrengens, and then the second part of the job, which was even harder, was to document it and recreate it and ultimately publish it. So I've been asked many times if the Rebbe ever gave a compliment and to the work such being the Rebbe was also a brutal editor. So it was more critique that we got than compliments. But not critique Chas v'Sholom in a negative way, but like a true Rebbe, a true teacher that rips apart everything you do in order for you to become better and more excellent. And I could share many, many answers of the Rebbe in doing so. So imagine like a surgeon with a scalpel, and you presented the Rebbe his own teachings, his own words that he said on Shabbos or Yom Tov, or the weekdays for that matter. And the Rebbe's looking at it with the way his kavanah, with his intention, and if you're off, but even a little iota, so the Rebbe had a favorite expression called mavil, which is just way to translate in English is shocking. Shocking that you could even write something like that. Now, you remember that the Rebbe's mavil was not always so obvious. And the level of the Rebbe was mavil. But if you look at it, you would not necessarily recognize why. But then when you look deeper, you saw that Rebbe was expecting a lot more. And sometimes the mavil came with one underline, sometimes two, sometimes three, sometimes six underlines. And just for good measure, the Rebbe would also add often question mark and exclamation point. And I don't remember the record, but I think one was six underlines and three question marks and three exclamation. It wasn't just mavil, it was with the whole tras. But that's where we learn the most from. You don't learn when you're told you're doing it well. You learn when you're told that you're not doing it as good as possible. So I learned many, many things from that, which we could bring about. But there was one time there was a compliment. And that's what I want to share. Since it was only once, it was what they call Tusam or Nodir. Maybe there's a word Nodir, it means it's rare. It's so rare, there's so many Nodirs that I don't know how you can keep calling it rare, but like rare, but this was Nodir, this was definitely rare, and was a sikha connected to Nissen, and I think relevant to us all, including Chanukas Habayis of this new Moised, Yagdil Torah, especially as we're preparing for the honors to the Rebbe's 120th birthday in Aleph Nissen. So the Sikha was Pasha Shabbos, Pasha Vayikra, Tav Shemem Zayin. So we're talking now, 35 years ago. Exactly 35 years ago. That was the year, as you may remember, some of you may remember if you're old enough, when the Yom Tov Hey Tevis happened. That was when the Nitzachon of the Svarim and the court case and all that came with that was that Hey Tevis. This was just a few months afterwards. This was Shabbos Pasha Vayikra. It was right at the beginning of Nissen. I'm not sure what day in Nissen it was. And the Rebbe was Magiya the Sikha that I had the schus to prepare. And then, also very rare, As you may know, in addition to the Fabrengens that the Rebbe spoke and edited, the Rebbe also would edit every week Likutei Sichos. Likutei Sichos was not from the current Fabrengen, it was a collection from Sichos that came from previous years, but every week a Likud would come out, and later became the volumes that we have today, the 39, 40 volumes of Likutei Sichos. So they prepared a Likud, Vadlafotza Sichos, that week, and interestingly, the Rebbe told them not to use what they prepared, they should translate this Sicha from Vayikra Mem Zayin. They should translate and give out also as a Likud. So they translated it into Hebrew. That's how, apparently, how choshev this Sicha was by the Rebbe. And on the Sicha, when the Rebbe edited it, he wrote, this was, I said, the only time, a compliment, he wrote the words, Yagdilu Lases. Those are the two words that Rebbe wrote, Yagdilu Lases, which means, how do you translate that exactly? You surpassed yourself, you did something really great. You did something that was impressive. You can translate it in many different ways, but those were the aces that the Rebbe used, Yagdilu Lases, which, it's not like we were fishing for compliments, and we knew working with the Rebbe was not about, we weren't little kids that needed a pat in the back. No, on the contrary, it was very, as I said, we learned from the Rebbe as he edited every word. But this was something unique, and till this day I can't tell you why Dafka this Sicha, whether it was the way it was written, whether it's the Teichen, but I'll share with you a few Nekudas from the Sicha, which I think is relevant today, even though it's 35 years later, relevant today more than ever. You know, we all are challenged with Gimel Tammuz. 30 years since Chav Zayin Adar, 28 years since Gimel Tammuz. It's a lifetime, it's a generation almost. Many of you weren't even born before that. So everybody struggles, whether they talk about it or not, with the issue of what the Rebbe means to you in your life today. So even though it may not be politically correct to question that, but listen, since I'm a guest, I can come here and say what I want. And I'll leave you with the collateral damage. That's but on the contrary, actually, Chassidim were not afraid of questions. And we better address something directly than ignore or avoid. So everybody struggles in some way. I mean, let's be honest. Gimel Tammuz is a hell of a hesed, no matter how you twist and turn and try to explain it. And it's not with the Shleimus Agili that people want. So here, this Sicha, perhaps the Rebbe preempting Magdim Raful and Makkah, among other Sichas, and this Vayikra Sicha, which I definitely encourage everybody to learn, especially as we go now into Chedesh Nisan. And I'll just chazar a few points from it, and some of the edits that Rebbe made. And maybe you could figure out why the Rebbe called it Yagdil Lasis. Maybe there's other meanings and reasons why the Rebbe gave it that, expressed it in that fashion. So the Sicha touches upon the fact that when we start Chedesh Nisan, we begin saying the Nasi every day. Right? Every day of Nisan, we start saying the Nasi. Until the Pesach. Every one of the Nisim. Similar to what we read Chanukah, we read the Nasi, the 8 days of Chanukah. And the Rebbe asked the question, what's the connection between Nisan and Nasi? So one of the reasons is because Rosh Hashanah, the Nisim, is Arba Rosh Hashanah. The Rosh Hashanah in Chedesh Tishrei, Rosh Hashanah Leilonis and Tu B'Shvat, Chamisha B'Shvat, and Rosh Hashanah Nisim is Rosh Chedesh Nisim. Now, obviously, it's quite clear that the Rebbe's birthday is in Chedesh Nisim as well, Yud Aleph Nisim. The Nasi L'Shevet Osher, as the Rebbe emphasizes very many times. And the Rebbe went into discussing why is it negated to us to say the Nasi. The Nasim, they brought the Chanukas Mishkan was back in the time when they built the Mishkan thousands of years ago. What's negated to us today? And just the Kitzur, the Rebbe explained that the Inyan of a Nasi is the Inyan of Nitzchias, of eternity. That's what a Nasi is, Nitzchias. Because a Nasi comes down into this world and a Shom Beguf, and all the rulers, everything he does, from the moment he enters this world, is to bring godliness into this world and transform everyone he meets and everything he touches and every even object that he associates with. The Rebbe brings from a Maimer from the Frierdiker Rebbe, which is also rare in Tov Shem Mem Zayin, the Rebbe should bring. The first Maimer the Frierdiker Rebbe said, called Reishis Goyim Amalek, Tofresh Pei, should be 102 years ago, which was the last Maimer that the Rebbe Rashab said. So just like the Rebbe began Bosilagani, the last Maimer that was published from the Frierdiker Rebbe. So the Rebbe Rashab's last Maimer was Reishis Goyim Amalek. Beis Nissen Tofresh Pei, the stalkers of the Rebbe Rashab, 102 years ago. Also a Nossi in Nissen. And the Frierdiker Rebbe became Rebbe right after that. Oba Hashemesh B'Zorach Hashemesh. So his first Maimer is Reishis Goyim Amalek. In the middle of the Maimer, the Frierdiker Rebbe, the Rebbe quotes all this in the Sikha. In the middle of the Maimer, he starts talking about Nitzchias. And he says that in the Elam Atzilus, not only the Eiris, but also the Kelim of Atzilus are Nitzchim. Iyu v'chayu echad, Iyu v'gamu echad, the famous language from the Zohar. The Alter Rebbe has an Igeres HaKedesh in the Chol. That not just the Eir, Ein Sof, Ein Sof, Me'in Amoyer, so the Eir of course reflects the source, just like the Eibishter is Nitzchi, so the Eir is Ein Sof. But the Kelim, you could argue, the Kelim are only containers. But he explains there that no, also the Kelim of Atzilus are Nitzchim. And then in the Maimer HaMuzgar, in the parentheses, the Frierdiker Rebbe tells a story. And the Rebbe quoted all this in the Fabrenim Vayikra Mem Zayin 35 years ago. The story goes like this. The Frierdiker Rebbe says, when I was a child, 4 or 5 years old, so that would mean approximately Tofresh Mem Hey or Tofresh Mem Bo. Frierdiker Rebbe was born Tofresh Mem. When I was Tofresh Mem Dal, Tofresh Mem Hey, I think he says 5 or 6 or 4 and 5, I don't remember for sure. When I was a child, I was playing once. The Frierdiker Rebbe writes this in the Maimer, and the Rebbe quotes it. I was playing in the room, the Chedi Yechidus, of my grandfather, the Rebbe Marash. And while I'm there, I suddenly see my father, the Rebbe Nishmosei, Rebbe Rashab, walks in, and he's dressed, all dressed up like when he would go into Yechidus, the Rebbe Marash. Now remember, the Rebbe Marash's Stalkus was Tofresh Mem Gimel. It was only like 2 years after that. The Rebbe Rashab, he says, goes over to the desk, as he would go when my grandfather was here, and he had his kapota and his gartel, all dressed. V'zolgo ein of demoritz, and his eyes were dripping with tears. And he spoke just as he spoke. Chaim Chayuse ba'al medei, when the Rebbe Marash was here, the Gashmis. Rebbe Frierdiker is writing all this. That as a child, this is what he witnessed. In the first Maimer of the Rebbe Frierdiker Rebbe's first Maimer, he tells the story. And he says, why? Because since Anossi is a Nitzchi, not only he's a Nitzchi, but also his shulchan, his table, and his chair, and the bookshelves, and the room is exactly as it was, even after his Istalkus. Nothing changes, because the Kelim of Atzilus are Nitzchi. So the Kelim of Anossi, not just the not just his Neshama, his Kelim, even the physical Kelim are all Nitzchi. And the Rebbe chazed this, almost in detail, in by Shabbos Parsha Vayikra Tov Shem Mem Zayin. And then of course, we looked it up, and as the Rebbe would want, we quoted exact Lashon from the Maimer. The Rebbe was Magia, a few different details here and there, but this is all printed in the Sikha. And that's the essential theme of that Fabrenga. And it's Beremes, and not so much Beremes, but it's pretty clear that the Rebbe is talking also, of course, about Yud Aleph Nissen. As he mentions Nisim and Nechedesh Nissen, Beis Nissen, other days in Nissen. So there you have a Sikha, a ready Sikha, the Rebbe's own words. It's not Pshetlach from Chassidim or Hergeshim or feelings, but the Rebbe is describing exactly that reality. So thinking about it now, 35 years later, I mean, it couldn't be more relevant today. Now, it's obvious the connection, remember, Hey Tevis was very much about the Svarim of the Rebbe. and also the chafetzim of the Rebbe, the things that the Rebbe owned. The Rebbe said it's all part of it. He said shtiklach for Rebbe. And not just the Rebbe used this furniture or these materials or these books. It's a piece of the Rebbe himself. So the Sikha comes to obviously confirm, explain that. Exodus. So I was thinking, here we're going into Chedesh Nisan. It's 120 years from Yud Aleph Nisan Tofrei Samach Beis, B'Tavshin Pei Beis, Me'ev Esrim Shana, which is a significant date. We'll talk about that some more soon. So what better way to honor of the Rebbe's birthday is not just to talk about what happened 120 years ago, what happened 30 years ago, for that matter. But these things live on. They live on today, mamish the same, based on these explanations. I heard a story once. Actually, I saw it. It was printed in one of the caves in Horace Atmimi, which cave is from the Morristown or Theta, one of the caves in maybe 770. And it was in the name of Konikov, the grandfather of the Konikovs, who was a chassid of the time of the Rebbe Rashab, I believe. And he tells the following story. And recently, after I chazed it a few times, someone sent it to me actually in writing. If you could look it up, you could find it. It's out there. It's an fascinating story that is not really that known, but I think it's worth sharing. Spoke about the Rebbe Marash and Rebbe Rashab. So the story goes like this. We know that Rebbeim lived in the city of Lubavitch for 101, 102 years. In Mittler Rebbe's times, all the way to Tofrei Shayin Vov and the Rebbe Rashab because of World War I. So Yochel had to leave Lubavitch to go to Rostov. So it was quite a number of years. So in Lubavitch, if you're ever there, today it's barely a remnant of what was once there. But those that know the map of Lubavitch, Shimon and others that mapped it out, so the Rebbeim had their house where they lived was attached to the Zal, where the shul was. And the shul itself had a cheder gadol. It was a bigger room where they davened or learned. After Temchet Mim was established there. And there was a cheder sheni, which is why 770 called cheder sheni, similar to Oz Lubavitch, a smaller Zal, a smaller room. And it was shaped like an L. So the Rebbeim lived in apartments in one corner, and the shul was there, so you could technically go through a door from the apartments of the Rebbeim, of the Rebbe, to the shul. But they usually did not go through those doors. They would go outside and enter like everybody from the outside. But there was a door to Cheder Sheni that was usually closed and not used. And that door connected to the Rebbeim apartment. One night, so Rav Konikov writes the story, it was around midnight. So there was a chassid of the Rebbe Marash who was a chassid chaver of the Rebbe Marash. When they were children, they learned together. Now he's a chassid of the Rebbe Marash. He's sitting and learning in the Cheder Sheni, and suddenly, surprisingly, the door opens up, the door that usually is not used, and he sees that Rebbe Marash is walking through the door. So he jumps up, he stands up, but he notices that Rebbe Marash is walking in a very awkward way, not a regular walk. Looks like he was walking like almost sideways. So the Rebbe Marash greets him, and Rabbi Chmiel says to the Rebbe, like he doesn't say, I think he just signals like with his eyes, like, what's going on? Like, what the Rebbe doing here in the middle of the night? So the Rebbe Marash says to him, I'm escorting someone, which explained why he was walking in this way. Now, Rabbi Chmiel was a real chassid, so he didn't ask the Rebbe Marash, I don't see who you're escorting, what are you talking about? So he says to the Rebbe Marash, because they knew each other. So he says, who did the Rebbe Zechezkel learn Bakleit? Where did the Rebbe learn how to escort? That's how he phrased it. So the Rebbe Marash said, I'll tell you. And he began telling him, he says, when I was a boy, I used to have a shir with my father, the Samach Tzedek, every night after Ma'ariv. For 15 minutes, my father would teach six as a child. And I don't know if we know the age exactly. So after Ma'ariv, I would go into my father's room and we would learn. One night I come, and my father, someone said that it is closed. The door is closed. Now it says the door was never, my father's door was never closed unless he had a guest. But when there was a guest, he would announce, he would tell the family that someone's coming to see him. And here the door was closed, and he hadn't announced anything. It was my time to learn. So I had the chutzpah, I said, you know what, I'm not giving up on my 15 minutes. So I peeked through the keyhole of the door to see what's going on. And he sees, he says, I see my father, and there's another person in the room, a guest, and based on the tzir of the guest, it looked like my grandfather, the Mittler Rebbe. And this was after his gestaltung. So I decided, you know what, I'm not going to miss this, I don't think he said party, but I'm not going to miss this. So he knocks on the door. His father says, who is it? And he says his name. He goes in, and his father says, come in. He comes in, and his father says, this is my youngest son. He called the Rebbe Marash by his name. He said, and this is a guest. He didn't say who was, he just said, this is the guest. He says, so the guest turns, this is all Rabbi Chmiel telling, the Rebbe Marash telling Rabbi Chmiel the story. How he learned to be my blatant, how he learned to escort. So the guest, he says, the Rebbe Marash tells Rabbi Chmiel, the guest tells my father, Tzemach Tzedek, tell your son, the chaz is something that he learned of Chassidus. Since now is his time that he learns Chassidus, let him chaz something. So the Rebbe Marash says to Rabbi Chmiel, versteht sich, as a game is chazen ke Chassidus, van Taten van Azed. I'm not going to go start saying Chassidus before my father and my grandfather. So I said to my father, it's all through the father, he says, Zog dem Gast, Ezel chazen, Ichel Iber chazen. That the Gast, meaning the Mittler Rebbe, should say something in Chassidus, and I'll repeat it. And the guy said, good. And the Rebbe Marash, the Mittler Rebbe began to say something. And in a few minutes, and then they waited, and the Rebbe Marash, as a boy, chazed it over. And the Gast gesagt dem Taten, as ein Shmuel, which is the Rebbe Marash, ein Sohn, so good. He says good, he chazed it well. He says, then the guest stood up, and mein Tate then back late. He says, dort was a chesed len back late. Guest stood up, and Tzemach Tzedek escorted him out of the room. That's where I learned how to escort. That's the Rebbe Marash telling about Rabbi Chmiel. Now, Rabbi Chmiel was a real Chabad chassid. He was not spoiled from these Geduyim and Neifsim. So he says to the Rebbe Marash, "No, what's given the Torah? Not just talking about Morim Nefloim here. But meanwhile, somebody walked into the Cheder Sheni, a simpler person, and so Rebbe Marash said, "This is Fernandishmol." And I'll tell him another time. And the Rebbe Marash went back through the door, back down the hall, back to his apartment. The story's not over. There's one more detail that Konikov writes. He says the next morning, the Rebbe, the Razah and the Rebbe Rashab, the two sons of the Rebbe Marash, came running to Rabbi Chmiel, and they said, what happened here last night around midnight? You know, they knew that something had happened. He says, Eber Vez was reflected by me. If you know, what are you asking me? You know, what do you want me to say? So they said, we will wissen, wie viel sie gewesen ist Gauss. They want to know how revealed it was. Wie viel sie gewesen ist Gauss. This is the story that I heard. I thought it's a Medidika Maisa to share. Talk about a Mitzki, the Mitzkis of Anossi. And maybe some of you heard the Sikha that is going around from the Rebbe when he spoke 120 years from the Rebbe Rashab's birthday, which was in Tovshin Mem Aleph. Tovshin Chof Aleph, Tovshin Mem Aleph. There's an unbelievable Sikha, Chof Chesed in Tovshin Mem Aleph, that they don't have they have a video, they have audio of it. I'll chazir it more in detail after we sing a niggin, but when you look, see that, listen to that Sikha, I can tell you, very rare Fabrengen, where the Rebbe talks literally about this, that even though you could say what kind of connection do we have to a Rebbe that lived in a small shtetl in Russia? What does that have to do with Jews here in Brooklyn today, 120 years later? What connection do we have?
Montreal.
The Rebbe said Brooklyn.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Obviously, it applies to anywhere in the world. And the Rebbe says exactly this nekuda, that there's a time when you're standing with the Rebbe and you lose your sight of time and space. And 120 years melts away as if it's happening right now, because these things are nitzchi. I want to discuss it obviously more at length, but I think, as we conclude this first part of the Fabrengen, sitting here with Chassidim and living Torah, Yagdil Torah, the Yagdil, that alone is a tribute, because Torah is Chaim. Learn the Rebbe's Torah, that's where the non-afshik sovitz yehovis, that's where you see the nitzchis b'kayfun golik. You know, the Gashmias may not be able to see the Rebbe, but the Rebbe's Torah, and Torah in general, is obviously Torah nitzchis, is what lives on. So sitting here and living as if it's now happening now, not just a memory of things that happened 30, 40, 100, 120, whatever amount of years ago, is the best demonstration. And I think it also tells us the Heirah, that the Rebbe always emphasizes everything has to come down to action. That it's not just about the past and we're reminiscing and looking at a picture or videos, but it's really the question we have to ask ourselves, each one of us as a chassid. Well, yes, 120 years from the Rebbe's birthday, but how the Rebbe lives right now in your heart and soul, and in your machshava dibur ma'aser, your thought, speech, and action. That's what it comes down to. At the end of the day, we had the schus, everyone here had the schus, to know a Rebbe like this. So that is a responsibility that comes with that schus. It's not just a nice experience. And that is how that lives in our lives. And if you want to know the solution, how to pass on to your children, passion, everybody wonders, how do you pass it on? It has to live inside of you, as if it's like you're breathing. Not something that you could rely on yesterday. You know, you can't breathe in a minute from now the breath of a minute before. Every second you got to breathe anew. Matter of fact, a healthy person breathes 18 breaths every minute, in case you wonder, and count it. And the heart beats as well, several amounts of time, constantly. So when you hear these stories, they're not just nice stories, they come to teach you something. That there are things that are permanent. As much as in this life, there's so much temporary things. The money we make, the physicality of this world, everything else, the tightness of this world, they all come and go. And though they come and go, the Gemara already laments the fact that people will go crazy over Chaya Shah and forget about Chaya Ilam, which of course sounds like insane. Someone says to you, you can have pleasure for a minute, or you can have something for eternity. Who would choose one over Nitzchis? And yet we do it all the time, every second of our lives, most of us. And you could explain it with Chassidus. We blame everything on the Tzimtzum Arishin and the Halamas of stated that this world creates the illusion. And that's how it is. We choose the temporary over the permanent. And I think we're sitting here in a Fabrengen, and especially going to Nissen, Aleph Nissen, 120 years, and it's important to establish what is nitzchi in your life, not just the things that are temporary. To be honest, most of the things we do are in that fleeting category. They come and go. I think that is really what we have to focus on. So l'chaim for the Rebbe and l'chaim for the Rebbe, live on through their Torah and through their Hidos, and through us. We are their arms and legs and mouthpiece. And we have to take it seriously.
Simon, or any call from Rav Chanukah, he said his name is Chaim Tzvi Hirsch, not your Chaim Tzvi Hirsch lived by the Rebbe Rashab.
Maybe. Oh, mama. Hi. I'm not filming. You gotta slave. You have to send it to me. Heavy stuff. No. You hear this? I know. You hear this and everything falls away. Like all the shtusim. You know what I mean?
No which point.
What? Yeah, that hit me also for sure. Because you know, I get the books and this, you know. You come. Yeah, exactly.
Zach, come on, man. Stand up.
Send it. You gotta send it.
They say the difference between a party, a speech, and a fabringen. Someone gives a speech, one person speaks and nobody listens. The party, everybody's speaking and nobody's listening. And fabringen, nobody's speaking but everybody's listening. Real fabringen. But you always have that one seller, that's somebody that has to
Take one for the team.
So since Azrocha Pratis, Rabbi Mochkin mentioned the story of how the Shochat got to Montreal. I don't know if you know this, and I don't even know how relevant it is, but since, why not? I happen to be a chabrusa of Rabbi Shochat's father in Morristown, in Yeshiva, Tov Shalom et Vov. And now I'm a colleague of his brother, who's the Dayan of the Keil in Crown Heights. So I'm surrounded by the Shochats. Not to be confused with the Shochats. And I'm not going to give you a psychoanalysis of family, but I will say,
Sparing us the details.
okay, I will say that. I can call him label, we were chaverim. We learned Legirsa in the afternoon, the Sechta Sefer. I never met a masmid like him. Not then, not before, and not after. He was such a masmid. And let's see if you can live up to this. He was such a masmid that became nittel nach. And on nittel, we're not supposed to learn.
Rebbe.
The Rebbe Rashab said that Hutnish Holt, that are Mahadir. So what did Label Shachar do? He's such a masmid. He's not going to go learning. He went to sleep 4 in the afternoon, right before it got dark. Those winter months. Woke up at 1 o'clock and went back to learning. You tell me. You know anyone that does that in Nittel? I know people prepare for Nittel months ahead. And there's Tashlumin in case you didn't work Mahad not to learn. All kinds of kunst. Here's a guy, that's what I remember. And I said to myself, this is, it didn't even seem like it came with effort. It just seemed natural to him. So that was my exposure with your father. Am I correct? No, anything rubbed off?
A lot. At least he's honest.
By the way, that was the longest he ever slept. I was his roommate. He slept 5 hours a night. He went to sleep 12. He was in base methods learning 5 o'clock in the morning.
Look, I know a lot of people don't sleep that much, and that doesn't mean they're learning. The other thing. But yes. Okay, so that's my connection. And I was listening, literally last week, I was interviewed by a television station. They were preparing something they wanted to do for 120 years of the Rebbe. Secular station, not a Jewish one. What's the television? Like the Rebbe would say, if you don't know what the New York Times is, Tov Elacha Bracha. And that's that. That's good. I'm glad to hear. So they asked me an interesting question. Right after Gimel Tammuz, which was that dark day, Tzoi Shabbos, Sunday. So I was interviewed then by, and again, if you don't know these names, it's good. Larry King on CNN. Oliver Shalom. Yeah. Some people even say Martin Luther King. And it was live shows, literally a Hey Tammuz, Oshin Dalit. It wasn't an easy time. And he asked me this question. This is what this interview wanted to know. He asked me this following question. He said, Larry King, he says, I understand that the Chabad Chassidim, the Lubavitch Chassidim are mourning and grieving. And they're saddened by the loss of their leader. But why is anyone shocked? After all, he's a 92-year-old man. That was his question. What's the shock? Sadness, yeah. Why are you shocked? Now, how do you answer this on live television to the millions of people literally are watching? And you can't use ACEs like Kalen Datsilis and Nushla Zuz and came up. So I said the following. Professor Rebbe is not just a human being. He embodies and personifies the Torah. And the Torah was given to us at Sinai over 3,000 years ago, and it's lasted with us in an unbroken chain. Eternity is touched by mortality. That's not just sad, it's shocking. That's what I said. I don't want to say the name of someone who's actually a resident from the city, who was also on the show, because he was supposed to be the contrary opinion, if we would have someone else. And he told me after by the break, he said, give me a break. Eternity. I said, listen, next chance, after that, your turn, you can come ahead and rebut what I said. He says, I'm not going to rebut what you said. I'm going to say the Rebbe is not Torah. Anyway, the point is that this interviewer last week said to me, can you elaborate a bit on that? And that's why I thought it was appropriate to share here, because it's interesting. For most people in the outside world, when they look at Chabad and Lubavitch, they see activism, social activism. I mean, I'll share with you something which is painful, but I think it's important to share.
Smoke. There's a seat. We can,
Not coffee. Smile. Shalom. So I'm saying it as a shtickle introduction, but I think it's critical to point out. So as you probably know, I deal not just with Chassidim and insiders, but also with the larger secular world. We're there, a lot of things we take for granted, simply not known by millions and millions of people. I remember in Moscow, the tape of Montreal Basholom. Whenever I would come to 770 and I saw him, he always told me the same thing. He says, du bist doch der erste Charum, die ganze Welt, der hat mich schon eingenommen in der Welt, Chabad, whatever. He wanted always me, I should confirm that we already conquered the whole world. And I didn't want to burst his bubble. So I would say, a model, the ganze Welt, mamish? Yeah. And he would give me examples. Look at every taxi cab in Israel, they have a picture of the Rebbe, and pizza and falafel shops, etc. And even in New York at times. So I remember I said to him, you know, there's a country called China, Sin, China. He says, I said, do you know how many people live in China? He says, how many? I said, 1.8 billion. He says, billion? Or the million? I said, billion. How many do you think have heard the word Chassidus or Rebbe? He says, okay, the Gelder Chanezer, okay, fine. So fine, I dismissed 180 So I said, there's another country called India. Called Haidu, India. He says, the Indianovich is always garbage. He thought the Indians in America. I'm saying it the schwach, honestly. So I said, names. The Indian people, 1.5 billion. Says those are those that do the customer service for Dell and the us, and they drive Ubers. Said, yeah, them and the Pakistanis. Okay, so I said, so but there's Shem Levatlim and Haldevel, 3.3 billion. And the rest. Anyway, my point was not to, I said, we still have some work if you took the Derech Mamata Lamayla. We're moving Mamayla Lamata, Mashiach can come in a second and everything will be changed. So if you took the Derech Hateva. Anyway, I remember this, so. See, here's the story that always strikes me. I was speaking once at a regional Kinus Ashluchim in the East Coast, which covers New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Connecticut, tri-state area. A lot of Shluchim, might be maybe the largest in one area, hundreds. And I shared with them something that happened a few years ago. So you may recall there was a magazine called Newsweek magazine. I just want to make sure that I'm not polluting here. I said television, now Newsweek, mayor. Everything all right?
Yeah, you're all good.
Okay.
His memory's coming down.
Anyway, it was one of the largest magazines in the world.
They're on a comeback, by
They
the way.
still do.
They're actually today the largest red.
Okay, there we go. How do you know that? You're a stockholder. Huh? Anyway, I happen to know the editor-in-chief, his name, at the time, his name was John Meacham. He was not Jewish, but he was actually, he learned Chassidus with, you know who? Abraham Joshua Heschel. comes from Chassidim and New Chassidus, etc., etc. So I knew him when he was like a religion editor of the magazine. Then he became editor-in-chief. Now the magazine, you'll see where I'm going in a moment, so I'm not here to stop talking Torah B'Teva. Even though I don't have a problem doing that, but that's not why I came here. So, the magazine, like all these big American magazines, like 10 times a year, they have to publish, they do a public story, a cover story on religion or faith or spirituality. So there was a cover story on spirituality in America, and they had a representation of the Christians and Muslims and Buddhists and Jews. So who represented the Jews? They interviewed Zalman Schachter of Chabad roots as well. So I wrote an email to John Meacham after that magazine came out, and I said, you of all people, you know that spirituality in Judaism today is Chabad Chassidus. So why didn't you go to Chabad Chassidus? I didn't write it critically, I just wrote it in a friendly way. And he writes back to me, and this I shared with the Shulchan in the Akinus. This is what he writes back. And this is a major editor-in-chief of one of the largest magazines in the world. You can't just dismiss what he said. And he writes back to me very nicely. He says, yes, you and I know that Chabad Chassidus is the spirituality that everybody should know, but no one else in America knows it. And it's not my job to be your PR agency to make that a fact. You have your work cut out for you. Chabad is known, these are his words, as a revolution in social Jewish activism. Wherever you go, you can find a Chabad house that will welcome you, Shabbos, provide food, other needs, unconditional, non-judgmental. But Chabad is not known as a giant in ideology, what we call hashkafa. You did not do your job yet. And Americans will know that. I'll make a cover story about it. So it's your work, not my job. I found that to be both, besides true, but it was devastating. And I said it to the Shulchan. I said, so what do you think? We're doing our job or we're not doing our job? Our mandate was Yifutzim Enesecha Chutza. It wasn't just to have Kiddush clubs and Shalom parties and we hug each other, which is all beautiful. Obviously so, and so on. And here's a editor-in-chief. Now, of course, the first knee-jerk reaction is that he's a goy, was based, you know, on that. But I think you have to learn from people like this. So I told the interviewer last week when they asked me, they wanted me to elaborate. I said, you probably think that the Rebbe, being the leader of the movement, what would he talk about in his Farbrengens, in his talks? Activism, you know, about mitzvah tanks, campaigns, this campaign, that campaign. You'd probably be surprised to know that if you go to any talk that Rebbe delivered, from the beginning, 1950, to the last talk, Leisata, that we heard from the Rebbe, 1992, 98% of the talk is all Torah. Dense, complicated discussions on Bible, on Talmud, on Zohar, on Rambam. Yes, the Rebbe talked about events in the world, but everything. You can't listen to a Farbrengen of the Rebbe if you understand the language, and not have to really work hard to understand, because the Rebbe didn't talk. The end of every talk, he ended with a call to action. There's always a call to action, always a hurrah. But that came after 99% of the talk was going through all the different dimensions of understanding an idea. When every campaign that ever came out with, first he established all the data sources for it and explanations and why. And I wanted to say it because I said, and that's not known by people. Everybody thinks it's only the social active part. So I say it because we're sitting here in a place, Yagdil, we're celebrating and honoring the Rebbe's 120th birthday, preparing for it. At the end of the day, what I said before about Nitzchi is, where do you see the Nitzchi, which was the whole court case, frankly, of Hey Tevis in the first place. And many have already pointed out that maybe Hey Tevis was really more of a lesson after Gimel Tammuz than before Gimel Tammuz. Because by us, no one had a suffix that the Rebbe is the Rebbe. But the questions that Hey Davis posed, or the court case around Hey Davis posed, was what is a Rebbe, and what are the Sfarim, and the famous words of the Rebbetzin that the Rebbe said clinched the case, and you see the Sifton's ruling for Hey Davis, but that the Rebbe Alein belongs to Chassidus, and the male is Sfarim and everything. In other words, a Rebbe and Teda are one. It's not that Rebbe just teaches Teda. The Rebbe's words are non nafshis, k'savis yovis, k'pshutik k'mashmoy. Just like the Eibishter Anoiti, that a tzaddik, demin lebedim, tzaddikim demin lebedim, that the Teda is the Rebbe. And the Rebbe is Teda, and Teda is Nitzchik. So even if you have a suffix about the Guf Gashmi of a Rebbe, end of the day, Chaim Psori is not Chaim Psori, it's Chaim Ruchnim, Ave, V'yira, and Amunah, as the Alter Rebbe says, and above all, the Teda. So there's no one that can say today, I was invited to speak to Beis Rivka a few years ago, a few times. And you talk about students, just like Bochum and girls that were all born after Gimel Tammuz. And everybody's been told, you have to live with the Rebbe, you have to live with the Rebbe. But you know, a lot of people, skeptics will get up and say, I meet the Rebbe, and they said it bluntly, the Rebbe is like the Baal Shem Tov. I never saw the Baal Shem Tov, I never saw the Rebbe. I understand my parents missed the Rebbe. But how could I miss something that I never saw? This question I've been asked quite a few times. Maybe I don't know if any one of you have ever heard this question, but people ask me questions because I don't judge. And I guess people are open, they feel I won't judge them, so people are open. So what do you answer to that? If you start crying and saying, look at the person that's not makusha, or you have to find an answer. Chabad Chassidus has to have an answer. And the answer is, even before Gimel Tammuz, what was the power of the Rebbe? Blue eyes and charisma? Yes, these are all nice, beautiful qualities. No, the Rebbe is always embodied Teda. Chaim Ruchnim is not only after the Istalkus, Chaim Ruchnim is even when it's a Neshama B'guf. The fact that we can be deceived and we see Kashmiris is because we're Mekushamim. But the Nitzchiyas doesn't begin afterward, the Nitzchiyas is always there. You know, I'll just share a personal anecdote. I was a bacher, 20 years old, when Lamed Ches, Tavshin Lamed Ches, Shmini Atzeres. And it was a very difficult time, especially in the beginning. The Rebbe had a heart attack, and then a more difficult, what they call a killer heart attack. Not everybody even knows all the details, but it wasn't a good situation. Obviously, we all know the end of the story then. Turned out not only that it didn't end up being negative, it ended up being that Rebbe came back stronger than ever. And it can't even compare the Rebbe after Lamed Ches, before Lamed Ches. Well, literally, just to give an example, Fabrengens before Tavshin Lamed Ches, the Shabbos ended usually 4 o'clock. Well, a few times a little longer. And once the Rebbe started Fabrengens Shabbos again, Tavshin Mem, Fabrengens went average till 5, 5:30, 6. You could just see it from the volume. Poshet Begashmi, Bekamas and Be'echus, the Rebbe literally almost doubled his output just of Fabrengens. Forget about all the Paulis and everything else that came after Lamed Ches. That was a bacher, it was my prime heyday in 770. I remember that night. Shmini Atzeres night, some of you may also remember it. And I have to be honest, Chatosi Ani Maskir, I had my doubts and questions. But you should know then, as opposed to, sadly today, people today say a lot of things that one shouldn't say. How they speak about a Rebbe. Then we didn't speak that way. The word mortality and Rebbe never came into the same term. It was not even shaykh to even mention such a thing. God forbid if something happens. But, you know, everyone has their Never Shabbamis, including me. So I had my questions. I said to myself, I remember, you know, we're here, all of us are ready to give our lives for the Rebbe. The Rebbe's in Yonim. And suddenly, God forbid, the Rebbe decides to take the Rebbe. Where does it leave us hanging? Remember this question. Now, there was no one to talk to. I couldn't bring it up. If I bring it up, I'd be excommunicated or whatever. So whoever they blacklist you. I was blacklisted enough. I didn't need more. But I'll tell you what happened. It was a sincere question in my own heart. And at the time, I read the story with Rav Shmuel Munkes and Alter Rebbe, which today we know many more details because once the Rishimus of the Rebbe came out, you have many details about it. So I'll share it more with the details. The famous story, everybody knows the punchline, but the details are not so well known. So Alter Rebbe, when they were coming to arrest him, so Alter Rebbe had a hidden, like a back door where he would go and hide, and he could escape if anyone was coming to arrest him. So one night, some of the soldiers came, they knocked on the door, the window, and Alter Rebbe went to hide. They came into the apartment. The Rebbetzin, Alter Rebbetzin, Alter Rebbe's Rebbetzin was there. They were looking around and they were aggressive. They asked her, where's their husband? She said she doesn't know. They gave her a punch. It says they knocked out a tooth. That's what it says in the sheets. And then they left. The Alter Rebbe came out of his hiding place. And then suddenly another knock on the window. And who is it? Shmuel Munkes. Now, of course, they got scared. There was another knock at night. But they saw Shmuel Munkes. The Alter Rebbe let him in and said to Shmuel Munkes, "Du kommst echt bei Nacht. You also come at night." You know, it's like Mazikim come at night. They're dangerous. Du kommst echt bei Nacht. So he tells the Alter Rebbe, "Ich hab nicht gewusst, dass bei Rebbe nicht da Nacht." I didn't know that by the Rebbe there's night. I know that the Rebbe is something to be afraid of. I mean, I just, as a Maimon Amuzgir, like the sociological analysis, Shmuel Munkes clearly was a night bird, because he always seemed to come at night. His first story, when he came to the Alter Rebbe, was also at night. When he put his foot in the door, the Alter Rebbe said, "Mein Goy, I'll bring the Goy," and he says, "Mein Goy starke for dein Goy." I guess he was a night bird, right? Yeah. So then the Alter Rebbe asks him, should I cooperate and allow myself to be arrested? So here's the famous punchline that everybody knows, but there's one line that was omitted, that deleted from the Rishimas because it's too sharp. But here we could say it, why not? So the Shmuel Munkes says to the Alter Rebbe, "Mamonavshach, either or. Abe is the Rebbe, if you're a Rebbe, what do you have to be afraid of? Abe is going to protect you. When Abe nisht, and here they put ... and he says, "Kum der akel in kop, you deserve a bullet to your head. But sunem and the tam from Elam Hazeh from Azefetsin. I'm taking away the taste in this world, in this material world from so many chassid." No, if you're not a Rebbe, you're just like... Now, the fact that a chassid can say such words to a Rebbe is itself an interesting thing. Such harsh words. But I guess this woman was a ish emes, and he meant it. He had no subject that the Rebbe is a Rebbe. He's just telling the Rebbe, in case you're telling me. And I have to tell you, this story, even though it's on a personal note, it changed my life. And I said to myself, even though the details were not known in Lamed Tes, this came out more in the Rishimas, but the technique of the story is there. And I said to myself, a 20-year-old Bachrul, 770, I said, look, you know what? Grow up, become an adult, and either the Rebbe is emes by you, and no matter what happens, you're in this army, even if it doesn't work exactly the way you like it, or you just want to be here for the party when everything is great. It doesn't work that way. Emes is emes. No matter what. If you're in an army, and you're fighting a war, even if there's a setback, or at least begoli, something doesn't work exactly as you wanted, you don't suddenly desert and say, "I'm only here for the party, for the victory." Grow up. The Rebbe's emes, you're in no matter what. And if he's not, get out, even when things are going well. So I had, in my own way, my Gimel Tammuz moment that it did immunize me, even though we all cried Gimel Tammuz. I'm not taking away from the tragedy of it. But as far as Nitzchi is of a Rebbe, what difference does it make? A Rebbe is a Nitzchi. Whether you understand it or not, whether it's Begoli or not. And that's what we're committed to. And that's the challenge that we have. What I said to those students, and I say it many times, yes, you may not have seen the Rebbe Begashmis, but you see the Rebbe Beluchnis. See it in his Torah. You think that would compel people to the Rebbe? Yes, no question that some people were drawn to the Rebbe in a very Gashmistic way. They liked how the Rebbe danced. They liked how the Rebbe led the community. It was exciting. Who remembers Simchas Torah? You didn't have to do any Aveda. You came to 770. The Rebbe led and carried everybody on his wings. But let's be honest. The real connection is a Pneumistic connection. You know what the Rebbe means for you. And that challenge existed in Tavshin Lamed Ches and Tavshin Chav Ches and Tavshin Yud Ches. And today, yes, is there more Nisayon, more challenge? Today we have nothing but to rely on what the Pneumius. So we're here 220, coming to 120 years from Yudal Nissen. That's why I think it's so critical. That's the challenge we have to ask ourselves. How that Nitzchis of the Rebbe is Torah. Why did the Rebbe spend thousands of hours? Why didn't he just talk about with Tzoyim and so on? Because the Rebbe and Torah are one, that's how it is. The Eibush is Megal himself to Torah. And I said, there's no other way. Then there's, yes, Ma'aseh Mitzvah, the action, he said, the call to action. That's the Poyal Mamish. But it's the Torah that lives on. So, connecting all the things together, here we are, honoring the Chanukas Habayis of Torah in a city, one of the oldest cities of Chassidim, this part of the Chatzikad after New York, that we are here to honor, we are here to live up to that Torah of the Rebbe, and that is what lives on, and that's the connection. And when that living, that the Torah lives inside you, and of course the Torah, the action that it brings, that's how you live with the Rebbe. It doesn't make a difference, Gimel Tam is not Gimel Tam. Of course, we all want Divis Es Malkeinu. We want to see Neshama Beguf. We want to see Begashmias, Pixidis. It's Neshamas Begufim, not just Beruchnias. But to say it in any way that the Nitzchis is weaker because it's not Begashmias, it's not B'Shom, it's just that. It's not B'Shlemus. Gili. So, L'chaim to each of us, L'chaim to us all. May we live up to that shlichus. Everybody has to have that moment where you ask yourself, Emes Lamite, you're in the army or you're not in the army. There's no other. It's complete or, I don't want to say the second side, but it's either complete or, what's the expression?
Go big or go home.
Yeah. So l'chaim to you all. L'chaim.
Huh? It's working now. The image wasn't showing before, I think. It was black, but it was audio. Now even the video is working.
L'chaim.
Before you slide, read some back.
Another gewaltige Ashgacha protest. Libre Tzadikim Kayom Lad. I mentioned before, bringing Chav Cheshvan Tavshin Mamal. I'm giving you a lot of homework, but in addition to Vayikra Mem Zayin, Chav Cheshvan Mamal, worth listening to this Abrein B'chlal, but especially around 20 minutes, half hour of the Rebbe speaking. And atheists and words you don't hear every day. I don't think I can do justice in Chazaring, so I'll just give a few nekudas. But what's most fascinating, so Mem Aleph was the 120th birthday of the Rebbe Rashab. He was born Tofresh Chafal. And the Rebbe dedicated the whole Fabrengen to that 120 years. So if we want to have directives of 120 years now...
Rabbi, I'm sorry, can you repeat? What's the first Fabrengen you said? Mem
I don't
Zayin?
remember what
Mem
I
Zayin?
don't
Mem
remember what the
Zayin?
Rebbe said.
No, I don't mean to... No, Mem Zayin, you said Vayikra Mem Zayin?
Chav Cheshvan Mamal.
I'm sorry.
What year was that?
1987 and 1980. So, what's even more fascinating, besides that we have direct Torahs from there, all we have to do is look at that Fabrengen, and you have a whole prepared things that we have to do for 120 years now. The Rebbe said many times, Befroin other Medaite, Shalei Medaite, and the Rebbe paskins on himself. The Rebbe spoke then about 120 years of Rebbe Rashab. Obviously, it applies now. It just reminds me, once heard from some Aspanim that before Yud Shvat Tavshin Yud, the Rebbe, the Ramash as he was known then, told a few of the Balbatim, he says it's an Eis Rotzen now to go into the Frierdiker Rebbe. That demand Poshet Begashmi's wealth. You know, it was right after World War II, refugees were coming, it wasn't an easy time. But he said, the Rebbe said, now's the time to go into the Rebbe, Frierdiker Rebbe that is, and demand Ashiras. And even if the Rebbe says no, you knock down the door, you don't take no for an answer. So the Rebbe because the Rebbe was not feeling well. Bottom line, Yud Shvat came and they never had an opportunity to go in and make that demand. Okay, but now that the Rebbe said it, now the Rebbe became Rebbe, so these same Siddim went into the Rebbe and they said they heard from a Mokker Muslim, they heard from a reliable source.
Guys, come on.
They heard from a reliable source, and now they Yisrael the demand from the Rebbe Ashir. And the source was the Rebbe. So the Rebbe became very serious, and the Rebbe said, now we look at the things with different eyes. However you explain it, I don't think it applies to many situations. 120 years, whatever the Rebbe said, Chav Cheshvan Mamal applies now. But there's something even more interesting when you look at the Fabrengen. So for many of us, we all know that right now there's a smatz of Malchus Mizgor Zubazu. the invasion of Ukraine, which, came as a shock and surprise to everybody. If COVID was not enough disruption, now you have this. And what does the Rebbe talk about? Chav Cheshvan Mem Aleph. Exactly that. Malchus B'Zgara Zu B'Zu. I don't even remember what was going on then in the world. Maybe somebody can remind me. I don't think it was anything close to what's happening now. I think in the Middle East, maybe something was happening. Lebanon, I don't even remember. 81.
End of 81. 81.
End of 80, basically, 81.
Russia invaded Afghanistan also.
Russia invaded Afghanistan? Okay. I don't know. Okay, regardless, the Rebbe speaking about that, Mamish, you listen to it now, you say, 1 second, 120 years, Malchus B'Zgara Zu B'Zu. So, I'm still studying it, really, you always look for the Muslim things that Rebbe said that are relevant today, just like then, even more maybe. So the Rebbe talks about it. He says the Welt shachelt sich. That was one of the expressions the Rebbe was also using that year. The Welt treiselt sich, shachelt sich. Shachelt sich was the word of the Rebbe. That the world was shaking. And the Rebbe says, B'kitzur, that we can look in Kapitel Kuf Chaf Aleph, which is the Kapitel you start saying 120 years, for answers to what do we do when the world is shaking? Because it's not just the Goyish Welt, it affects us all. And by Eid, B'Shvili Nivrei Elam, no matter what happens in the world, some way affects Eid. The Rebbe says all the eitzes were tried, except one, that we should respond to it with simcha. So the Rebbe says simcha. Usually wars fighting being fought. Humanitarian aid, okay, you help people. Not exactly time to dance and sing. That's what the Rebbe says. He says, but how could you deny simcha when you see the world is shaking, when you see that countries and nations are in conflict with each other, which has real consequences? The Rebbe says the Kapitel Kuf Chaf Aleph has the answer. It says, Ma'ayin Yovi Ezri. That people asked exactly that question. Where are we going to get Ezra? The situation is a matzah where we ask, Ma'ayin Yovi Ezri. Because you don't know where it's going to come from. So Chassidus teaches the Ma'ayin Yovi Ezri is not just a question, it's also an answer. You read it like a sentence, as a statement. Ma'ayin, from ayin comes Ezri. That sometimes you get help from something that you can understand. Someone you need support, so you go to someone that can help you out. Gashmi, ruchni, financially, other ways. Sometimes you don't know where the answer is going to come from. The only place is ayin. The Dargei Chassidus talks about is ayin. Something beyond us, but we know it's there. And we know from our history that at times, even when it didn't seem like we know where the Ezer was coming from, it still came from a place that's higher than definition. Something we call yesh is a definition, you can identify it. And the Rebbe said, and that explains the contradiction. That on one hand, you could have a matzav of tzaras, some difficulty. At the same time, you could be besimcha because ayin. So though you may not understand it, but the ezri comes, the help comes from the level of ayin. That's a nekuda of one of the sikhs of that Fabring. But then to go back to 120, again, I have to hear the sikha again and read it. But the Rebbe, the main thing I think is most relevant is when the Rebbe starts, it says the following. It's not if I bring from Tafshin Yud, this is Tafshin Amal. The Rebbe says, what are we sitting here if I bring and talking about a Rebbe that most people never met? And even when you know the story, it's a klein shtetl in Russia. The Rebbe says, a shtetl in Rusland, Babich. Here we're living in Brooklyn. I was talking about 70. So what's the connection? Why are we talking about it? And the Rebbe goes on, as I said, a good 20, 30 minutes. In aces that are so emotional that are very hard to really chazir. But the Nekud that we're saying is, I'm a month for Na'id, a chosim. I have a mezizdat sezam with the Rebbe, and we're here together. but we forget about time and place. And even though everybody has their geschäft, and the Rebbe uses the word several times, they have their businesses, and they've established life here in America, and they're comfortable. And what are you reminding them of things that have happened 120 years ago? And yet, every person is asked to forget about everything around their lives and have a moment where they're just with the Rebbe alone. And Achos is one thing with the Rebbe. And the 120 years like never happened. It's exactly like the Rebbe is right here with us now. And there's no difference in space and no difference in time. I said the Rebbe spoke, of course, in Yiddish. And he said it maybe 5, 6, 7 times the same idea. And that's what's asked. You don't hear Fabrengens like this very often. It's a real essence of saying that, you know, vergessen wegen sich, vergessen wegen alles. Just you and the Rebbe. So, I mean, what more appropriate than the Rebbe himself was saying these words? This is what 120 years we're spending now preparing in a few weeks, less than a few weeks, what is it, 11 days, 12 days. You know, if this is 120 years, all you have to do is listen to that sikha. The Rebbe said, if I'm at the Eden, those are the words. Close your eyes, forget about everything, and just connect you and the Rebbe. I once heard that in one of the sikhs the Rebbe spoke before the Messias, I think I heard it from Zalman Posnel Bashalom. The Rebbe said this, says, Piskuli kechud shalmachat, ve'ani eftach lechem kepiske shel ulam. The Eibishter says, Hayid, open for me up the eye of a needle. It was a very small, like a needle, just a little small hole. And I will open for you, kepiske shel ulam. The ulam was a very wide corridor. Like mina meitzer k'rosika anoni b'mecha. And the Rebbe types like this. I'll say it in Yiddish and I'll translate. And the Eibishter bet ha'iden darfst dich nicht bekennen dein ganzes Leben. You don't have to change your whole life. Aber öffnen wir ein Pische shel Lamachat. Eine Kude, eine Sekunde in dein Tag, ein Winkel in dein Stub, in dein Heim, ein Prat in dein Leben. One little corner, one detail. But in that little corner, in that detail, there should be nothing else but you and the Rebbe, and that's it. That's what the Rebbe said. So in other words, it's not always a commas thing. It's hard to expect somebody to live 24/7, complete bittul. But to expect that a person should, and that's what the Rebbe said, that Chav Chesed and Amalek, take a few moments, it's something that can be demanded. I heard once a story, I remember where it was, I've always been looking for the source, maybe if somebody knows it, I'd appreciate it. I heard the story, it was very moving, that there was once, by the table by the Rebbe Rashab, there was a Fabrengen Shabbos. And that Shabbos was unique because one of the Elter Chassidim that was a Chaver with the Rebbe Rashab when they were young came for that Shabbos. And the Rebbe Rashab and him did not see each other for a good 20 years. The last time they saw each other was in the time of the Rebbe Marash. So everybody was waiting to see how this reunion would take place. You know, this Chassid and the Rebbe Rashab. Anyway, I said Friday night, meal, Shabbos meal, nothing. Like as a Shalosh Sudas, this Chassid began to sing a niggun. And it was a niggun that was the most of the Chassidim did not know. But one of the obscure Chassidish Chabad niggunim. Those that knew it sang along, but most didn't. And the Rebbe Rashab, after a few minutes, hearing the niggun, went into like a trance, so to speak, into another place. Clearly you saw he was transported to another time and place. Closed his eyes, vacuous. And the niggun went on for a good few minutes. And then, when they finished the niggun, the chassid finished the niggun. So it took another minute for the Rebbe Rashab to open his eyes. And the Rebbe Rashab then turned to the chassid and just said these words. He said, "Do thanks?" He says, "You remember?" So the chassid said, "Yeah, he thank." "Yes, I remember." And that was it. They finished the meal. The Shabbos ended. And that night, that chassid passed away. So afterwards, he asked the Rebbe Rashab, like, what transpired here? What's going on? The Rebbe Rashab said, the last time we saw each other, which was over 20 years ago, by my father, the last thing that we interacted with was this nigun. We sang this nigun by my father, Rebbe Marash. And when he started singing the nigun now, it brought me back then to the point as if the 20 years never happened. Because the nigun takes you around with man and malkim, higher than space and time. It's exactly as we were then. So I never had to say Shalom Aleichem to him, because I never said goodbye. I just needed to know if you remembered. Once he said, yeah, he did. So it was exactly as we were 20 years ago. You know, when you think about it, I was talking before about nitzchis and temporary. You know, everybody's looking for, from the beginning of time, for the fountain of youth. Everybody wants to live forever. So the pharaohs of old, they did it by burying themselves and their brides and their families in the sphinxes and the pyramids. They thought that it would give them chaim nitzchim. Today, people do it through freezing their their DNA. Others do it through Botox and throw the pharmaceuticals. They think they'll live forever. You know. We know that the answer to nitzchi is when you connect to nitzchis. Not a guy. You're not going to make gashmis nitzchi. You have to connect to something that is really nitzchi. There's a letter that always is. Whenever you read it, it gives you a good shock. The Shchei Shvat Toshin Yunalef. A short letter that Rebbe writes. So this is, we're talking now almost a year from the Stalkus of the Rebbe. Short letter, printed in English, and the Rebbe writes, Kol HaKayes, Ba'over Chelev. The summer has passed, the winter has ended, meaning since Yud Shvat. And then these words, V'hedegel, says V'hedegel or Zman, I think, V'hedegel Eisa Sesha Shalei. The hedical, the routine, the nature, the natural thing did its thing. In other words, the power of the moment of Yud Shvat, everything passes, you know, this too shall pass. And the Rebbe writes it obviously in the negative, that we forget things that happen. So the idea, and anyone was by Fabrengen of the Rebbe, one of the most powerful things, forget about just the Torah that Rebbe said, or the Nigunim and the whole environment. You literally were transported to another time and place. And to be able to hold on to, like, freeze a moment, and that hedigal should not be Eisa Shalei. It's like, you know, nature does its thing. I remember once in the Fabrengen, the Rebbe spoke, it was, I think, a Chofov. Spoke of the Gemara in the beginning of the Zohar. So it talks about Adam and Chava. So we all know they were created in the Yom Shishi, 6th day. And that night, Friday night, the sun never set. The sun never set that night. So all Shabbos, they never saw night. Because the night was all day at that time. When did the night begin to, the first Laila when the sun set was Motzei Shabbos. When the sun started setting and it was getting darker on the earth, Adam and Chava thought, because they ate from the Eitz Hadas, that they destroyed the world. That's why the world was getting dark, and they destroyed the world. So they couldn't go to sleep. They stayed up all night davening, doing tshuva, and hoping that they didn't destroy the world. That's what they thought. The first imagine, you never saw darkness before. So only see it's getting dark. And then the Gemara concludes and says, then in the morning, the sun started rising. They realized, that it's not, they didn't destroy the world. That's the way they used to made it. There's night and there's day. So you can learn two ways, Pshat, that ever said. You can learn, okay, they didn't destroy the world, there's hope. But you can learn the opposite. They really felt that their actions did something serious. Then they said, you know what, we can go to sleep. Big thing, it's going to get night. Story, Hillel Paritcher was once, in the olden days in Russia, so there was no air conditioning, it was very hot sometimes. How do you get relief from the heat? They would have these basements, these cold basements. You go down underground, and you stay, you get cool off of it. The problem is no electricity, there's also no light. So it says Abhil once went down to one of these basements, and he goes down, it's so pitch dark, he says, they fixed it. So some of the people that were there, that were the Chassidim, whoever, they said, don't worry, stay here, you'll get used to it. Once you get used to it. They said, that's what I'm worried about, I'm going to get used to it. So the Rebbe said, so Ilm Kilnogene, like the head of the is not so simple. Oh, you know what? I remember there was this, after Montreal, the Shliach in Hanover, Wolf, one of the Slan died prematurely. So they had a big Zoom with thousands of Shliachim and everybody, call for Argus. No tragedy like that, it's a wake-up call. And it was nice to see people Argus. But I remember one guy got up, I don't want to say his name, and he said something that it shook everybody up. They couldn't shut him down because the name of Argus, everybody had a right to speak. And so, but he said the following. He said, I don't understand something. I am very happy that everybody's here together. Argus, you know, that you don't take for granted a shliach, a chaver, one of the Slan died young. We have to do something there. The Rambam says mikra, it's not mikra, mikris. They say that it's true, but whatever, all for Argus. I understand. If Gimel Tammuz did not cause Argus by us, what exactly is going to be a wake-up call that's going to call Argus? And I remember, I wasn't on the whole Zoom, but I heard that. And I said, oh, that's a good one. And because we get used to everything, let's be honest, we get used to everything. I remember talking about, I mean, this is not such a good sign, another magazine article. There. How many more do I have?
You're a popular guy.
Huh? No.
You're a popular guy.
So anyway, so I remember Time magazine had an article about Mashiach, before Gimel Tammuz, how the Lubavitch and the Rebbe Kosach and Mashiach. It was a very positive article, actually. You know, that this we live with Mashiach. But the writer was a very interesting guy. And, you know, at the end of the article, he says, and with all the talk about Mashiach and Lubavitch, all the Lubavitches have changed their summer plans. That's how he concludes the article. So I remember thinking, is that a compliment or an insult? Because on one hand, if you really can't live without it, what do you mean? You're making plans for it. On the other hand, the Rebbe didn't create a Shugoyim that just is standing by the train station waiting. And the Rebbe said many times, Al Pi Hashem Yachon, Al Pi Hashem Yisrael, that even though Mashiach Atat, nevertheless, the name of the Frierdiker Rebbe, you still build this as if it's a command field Adam. Because right now, we're here, we have to do whatever it takes to be here. In a second from now, Mashiach will come, not a contradiction. Okay, fine, that's what I'm saying. So the Elam Kiminogene can be a double-edged sword. And I saw in the Shalom, Sech Sukkah, he writes something to his son. Shalom is a connection to his Teda, but he also writes like a tzavot to his son. Obviously, the Shalom's son seems to have run into some money. I mean, how much money, I don't know those days, but he had some money because he was building, Shalom writes, he's building a building a big palace. I say it's a mansion. Again, I don't know what a mansion meant then compared to now. Clearly, it was something unique. So he writes them interesting. He writes like this. Maybe you should bench you with Ashiras. You should build a mokim in your house for Teira, for Tefillah, for Gnos Chasodim. But don't build more than that. Because if you build more than necessary, the deity has a kein hesach hadas min ha'agula. Pretty big Meshach the Shalom, based on that. I found it to be interesting. Notice it says, build Ashiras Barchov, but not in a way that becomes like as if this is your permanent forever and ever, as if you have to keep in mind that there's still a future. So how do we wake each other up? Look, at a Fabrengen, it's not difficult, as we know. They say inspiration is easy. Maintenance contracts are hard. They cost a lot more, you know, because to maintain inspiration is not that simple. We saw it. We saw people by Fabrengen. I personally saw Chavedim and others that just Erev Yom Kippur bracha from the Rebbe changed people's lives. They made achlotas that changed their lives. But started to go on shlichus, changed their life much. But not that easy to hold on to inspiration. So I'm sure the 120 years of the Rebbe's birthday is going to inspire many of us. And hopefully there'll be a Pulim Shechas. But it's hard to hold on to. And the question, the challenge is, how do you hold on to this Nitzchis in a way that's on a daily basis? You know, the Rebbe's approach was always that everybody's a shliach. Whether you're a card-carrying member, or you have a picture on your card or not, or whatever other, that's already a technicality. But the Rebbe made it very clear, every neshama that comes to the service is a shliach of the Eibishter, and the Mela, by extension, a shliach of the Rebbe, make a dina b'tachteinu. You know, whenever I hear that someone goes on shlichus, that's beautiful. But also when you see Baalei Esek, who maybe a big part of their day is busy with business, making money, but then they dedicate their lives in some way to the Rebbe's and Yonim, learning Torah, or Mitzvahim, or Ula. It's a very powerful thing because it means that you make it part of your permanent life. I remember I was once by the oil, and it was a weekend. I was speaking there for the students, the campus, students, Chabad on campus. They had their, 1,000, 1,500 students before they go to the oil, so they had different speakers to prepare them. So I was outside before I began, before I did my talk. So there was a shliach, without mentioning names, very good shliach, I know him for a long time, said to me something very interesting. Said to me, I always wondered why my children didn't become shliach. Me and my wife are completely dedicated to it. If we went into business or we did other things, okay. And we love our shlichus. It's not like, and my children, none of them chose to go on shlichus in the direct way, let's put it that way. So he says, I was once talking to my son, who I love dearly. He's a very good person, he's a balsloke, he's committed, and he's into it, but so I asked him, not the time, I'm not complaining, I'm not demanding, just tell me. So he told me two things. That first of all, since he's a little child, he remembers that us, me and my wife, as much as we were dedicated to him, he saw the dedication, he saw we loved the work. But every night at dinner, you and mommy, she says, we talk about all the chayvus and all the difficulties. When you're able to release, you talk how difficult it was. So to me, the impression was it's just too difficult. And the second thing he said to him, as excited as you were by your shlichus, I never saw you more excited than when the San Francisco 49ers got a touchdown in Sunday football. Because then you would jump up. So the shliach told me, and he's actually not from San Francisco, but the West Coast. Let's put it that way. You're going to have to guess which shliach. It wasn't Shlomo Kuhn. Doesn't matter, but the name is. But he said to me with like a tear in his eye, he said, you know what? And it's true. Even though my shlichus was far more important than the football game, but the goalie, so my jumping up and down. So we all talk about how do we implant in our children a love of Chassidus, the Rebbe's and Yonim. Don't underestimate the little things, the external things. Children will see not what you say, they're going to see what you koch, what's an ikir and what's a tough. And I'm not here to criticize anyone, everybody make their choices in life. And hopefully whatever choice you make is hopefully b'chol derechecha de'ehu, and lead some way or another to what the Rebbe wants us to accomplish in our lives. But keep in mind what's an ikir and what's a tough. Chassidus talks about that when you work, it should be below level. Which means you have to do masa, not to go amunah. To run a business in a healthy, successful way, not a batman. But you have to know what the sachakel is, the famous story with Yom Kletzka. That when he was making his cheshbonos, calculations, he wrote the month of Tishrei, Achnos and Mitzvah, his income and his expenses. He wrote a number. Month of Cheshvan, Kislev, Tev, Shvat, came to the sachakel, what's the net? He wrote Einei Milvad. Okay. Question 2 more. So Kaplan that everyone's asking if I'm bringing 1 second here. If his whole life is Einei Milvad, so he should have written Tishrei Einei Milvad, Cheshvan Einei Milvad. Why is he writing numbers? It should all be Einei Milvad. Nothing but God. The Rebbe said if he wrote Inyan Mavadi on every line, he shouldn't be in business. He should be in a kelim. The point is that he's a Fedish businessman, and he knows how to use the numbers. But that's only the means, that's an amtsoy. You want the real Sachab, what does it all add up to? Inyan Mavadi, there's nothing else. So that's in a way paradox. It says the Chiddush of Yosef over the Ovis. The Ovis were shepherds. He chose to be Reitzein. So Chassidus explained, because when you're a shepherd, sheep are very docile. You can sit and they can graze in the fields. And you can meditate. To meditate with Beinan, Eberste, Abba Beire. No one wanted to go into the Wall Street business world. Yosef was forced. He also started out as a shepherd, a Reitzein. But then he was thrust into, first he became the Cheshvei Cheshbenis, the first Jewish accountant of Potiphar, and then he became the real McCoy, the real thing, where he was the viceroy that turned Egypt into a superpower. You know, the Google of the time was grain. That was the most valuable commodity, and he turned. So Chassidus says, who's higher, the Ovis or the Yosef? So you think the others are higher? No, because the others needed to separate themselves from the world to be able to stay in Vegas. Yosef, even though he was 22 years in his goals, he didn't forget what he learned, Egla Rufa, what he learned together with his father. In other words, even in the business world where he did good business, he never forgot Eined Movade. But the Rebbe brings the Gabe why why should a person be more careful with Tfilas HaMincha than all other prayers? Because the question is why? Mincha doesn't have Krishna. Seems to be the shortest prayer. It's not Ma'ariv at the end of the day. For Shachris, for sure. Shachris seems to be the main. So this answers from the Seder Hayim, the Sefer Seder Hayim, because Shachris is before you go to work. Ma'ariv is after the work. That's how it was in Zman HaShas. Mincha is in the middle of the work day, and you rip yourself away, and you go to daven. That's the chiddush. That you have both sides to it. Remember, when one of the sikhs to Mach Yisrael Development Fund, the Rebbe said this point. He said, on the contrary, if you can take the middle of your day, take an hour and learn Torah Shir, how much in the middle of your work day, you would think it's good for Kedusha, but it's not good for business. Because you're busy with your negotiations and deals, and you rip yourself away to go learn. And the Rebbe said the opposite. He said the fact that you can focus completely on one thing will help you focus on everything else in a deeper way. So from a business point of view. So the bottom line is, each of us has to make a cheshbon nefesh. Going into Yvalf Nissen. You want to take it seriously. You want to take it seriously, then we don't need this problem. If you take it seriously, it comes down to one thing. Are you fulfilling the shlichus that the Rebbe gave you in the world? You know, the Rashab says, that a chassid has to make a sviva.
Guys,
A chassid has to make an environment. And then the Rebbe Rashab says, and if you don't, you have to ask yourself, why did the neshama come down to this world? I don't see it any other way. Why is your neshama in this world? Chassid has to be able to answer that question. One of the beautiful brachas that Rebbe gave my shver, Eski Gansberg, grandfather of some of the distinguished members of this community, father of my dear brother-in-law, Yagdil. So on his birthday is at the end of Elul. So Tafshin Yud Aleph, he writes in his diary, he was in Yechidus, and the Rebbe told him that since you prepared the Maimer, he worked in publishing, since you prepared the Maimer for Rosh Hashanah, Rosh Aleph, was gain some shved, und dann sagt man, dass du die great Maimer. Tell the Friedrich Rebbe, don't go to the oil and tell the Friedrich Rebbe you prepared the Maimer. So Shver writes there that he didn't say anything, but he pointed like he said, I'm here by my Rebbe. Why is the Rebbe sending me? So the Rebbe said, Geh dort, no rei dort mit der Retz dort. Go there and speak there like you speak here. Then he concludes that the Rebbe gave him this bracha. And the Eibishter soll helfen. Als Teil von den Jahren, dass der Rebbe gewollt eisbirnen in der Welt, soll sich eisbirnen durch dir. That God should help, that part of the things that Rebbe wanted to accomplish in this world should be accomplished through you. So, I don't think there's a better bracha to give each of you and each of us, myself and all of us. And then you fulfill why you're here in this world. The Eibishter soll helfen, especially now. You know, I must say, enough is enough. To ask ourselves and fulfill that, to know that part of what the Rebbe wanted to accomplish in this world should be accomplished through you. And then the question is, what is it that you can do that would be that part of what the Rebbe wants? I think once you ask the question already, Shabbos Chacham Chesed Shuv. You don't ask the question, you're not even began the journey. So just asking the question is a good step to begin. So we'll find out more about that in time.
Yossi Sachs. Are there any outlets here? 20%. Crazy. It's already here. This case? This case? Worst comes to worst, we're gonna have to move it there. There's like central. Oh, we can put it there. It was there before. Back because it's dying, so we need to charge it.
Look at it.
So now we can't talk.
I think I did that too.
I have to wait a few seconds because it's just going. The problem is people passing here. That's a problem.
It's fine. We can make it higher.
My next test is a long time. Yes, just today.
You got a test?
My next test is on my way. It's still not working here.
How do I get the car, to throw out the platters? Who's cleaning up? I want to keep it.
One of the foundations that the Rebbe, students in general, and the Torah B'chlal, is what we. It's not enough that the mashpia, the teacher, the Rebbe, gives you kaitis. That doesn't work. How's that? Who's good? So, which means it's not enough. It's not generated. We call it today user-generated content. It can be great, but if they generate energy on their own, it's always more powerful. Huh? Why didn't anyone think of this before?
Oh, let's try doing this. I've tried doing this before.
Yeah. Didn't know that. Sometimes you go that more juice. So, and the Rebbe said right in the first Sikha after the Maimer Basel Legani Tosh Yud Aleph, the words have been repeated many, many times. You go by the customs of the land. That in America, when you assume a new position, you make a declaration, a statement. And the Rebbe made the statement, there's obviously you shouldn't deceive yourself into thinking that since you appointed this, that's enough. The Rebbe said everyone has their own pekel, their own shtuz de lumazeh. Everyone has to deal with their work. The Rebbe said it's mishalevin from helping. I will not decline from helping, but basically I will meet you halfway. Yeah. Now this wasn't the Rebbe, God forbid, trying to deprive us. It's the greatest thing, you know. Parents, their children take the first steps. So you want to sometimes just hold on to their hand, not to fall. You're not doing the service. You want to show them I'm here for you. I'll pick you up. But if a child can't fall, the child will never walk on their own. You know, they give the analogy of a butterfly.
Hey.
That's Balabatim, is it?
I'll tell you. You embarrassed him. Way to
So,
go.
you know, a butterfly doesn't come from nowhere, it comes from a caterpillar. Caterpillar goes into a cocoon, a chrysalis, and then, after a little while, it emerges into a butterfly. They give the analogy that once somebody saw the chrysalis, the cocoon begins to open up, and you see the butterfly struggling to get out. So someone had Rahmanas, so he took a knife and cut open the cocoon, and the butterfly was able to free itself, not have to struggle anymore. And he's waiting to see the butterfly take flight. And to his chagrin, lo and behold, the butterfly remained stuck and never flew again, never flew at all. Because the way the Eberstein made it is that the butterfly struggles to get out of the cocoon. That struggle forces liquid to go into its wings, to give it the aerodynamics it needs to be able to fly. His misplaced rachmanis and compassion took away the struggle, and therefore the butterfly never had that pressure, so it didn't have the ability to fly. So Vez B'Keich Chatzmei is a foundation in everything. And the Rebbe established it and never left that approach. All the years, you'll see, it was always, the Rebbe always wanted. You have to do a little part of your own, and I'll do what I have to do. I'll share two stories actually. So when I started writing Fabrengens Hanoches, so the beginning is always harder until you get more experience. And one of the moments that I don't really look proudly at was one day I prepared a sikha for the Rebbe to be Magia. I worked very hard. It was Sunday, Monday, I barely slept. 1979. I said, when you finish typing it, make sure you proofread it, copy edit it for mistakes, and someone should bring it down to the mosquitoes. There was a green box in the Merkis. You would put things there, and then the secretary would take it into the Rebbe's room. Okay, and I went home. I said, you know what? I'll get something to eat. Maybe I'll go to sleep. But I couldn't sleep so easily, so I called the office and I said, "No, what happened?" He says, "Yeah, we finished typing it, then we brought it to the Rebbe." I said, "Did you copyright it? Did someone read it?" He said, "Oh yeah, I forgot." I said, "You kidding me? You should be. Run downstairs immediately and see if it's still in the box. Take it back. Can't give the Rebbe, a document with mistakes. It's simple, typing mistake, typo." Anyway, it was too late. So again, I had another sleepless night. I knew this was not going to be very pleasant. The next morning, I remember Rabbi Gruner calls me. He says, "I think you should come down here quickly." So the way his tone was, with the tone of what he said, I knew the Rebbe edited the Sikha, but went downstairs, I ran running as if you're geschossen, and I look at the Sikha, I'm walking on Eastern Parkway, barely control myself, I have to speak in. Yeah, the Rebbe edited the whole Sikha, but on top he wrote what we call a Yedidus Brief. You know, he did this, it's like a personal note, which said the following. It says, Hineni Magdish, I dedicate, the Rebbe says, a certain number of hours to edit. Now, I could use these hours in two different ways. Either Aleph, number one, you could fix your mistakes. That's how I spend my time. Or you fix more Imek, maybe Ha'ara, maybe another Maramokin. V'habchila b'yadchem. The choice is yours. How I'm going to use my time. You can imagine I never forgot this. I wrote that note, even though honestly I could have blamed the guy in the office. But the buck stops here, so I wrote to the Rebbe that I had my chillah, the Lev Sholem, and everything for being not to the Rebbe, spending wasting time on our Narish mistakes. The Rebbe didn't respond to that. However, around 4 weeks later in the Fabrengen, which was not uncommon, the Rebbe often would answer in Fabrengens that we don't make the same mistakes. Now that I become more careful, that's responding somewhat. Not that I mean I didn't go into deep depression or needed therapy, but it was just interesting for a number of years in high school. So there were two high school graduates who were both going to, they were both offered to go on shlichus to Australia seminary, and they both wrote to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe answered one of them to ask their parents. And the other one, the Rebbe gave a bracha, should be they're all different. So they came to me and said, I want to know, why would the Rebbe, they wrote the same, they're both the same classmates, they both are going to, consider going to Australia. Why did they have such a different answer? Is it based on Kabbalah? If you don't mind, let me see what you wrote to the Rebbe. So good, so they show me their notes. And yeah, one girl wrote to the Rebbe like this. And I'm excited to go on a new shlichus with the Rebbe, going to a new country with new challenges, to bring the chayes of the Rebbe and everything I grew up with. They're very enthusiastic and very positive. Australia is a different country. I'm going to see my family for a long time. I don't know what kind of food there is. I don't have my teddy bears. But essentially, saying, that I don't know what's going to be. So tell me, what do you think the Rebbe answered? So the one that wrote like an adult, the Rebbe wrote an answer like an adult. The one that wrote like a child, the Rebbe said, go to your parents. So sometimes an answer is all based on where you come from. You can fill up a cup a little, and the Rebbe will fill it up a little more. Fill it to the top, then the Rebbe will spill it over. My father, Hashem, had the schus of being in many different yeshivas, had a long audience. And there were three times actually, but two that I referring to, that the Rebbe said to my father, being my father was a journalist, the Rebbe said to him, "You bist a journalist, an interview. If you want to interview me." And my father always answered the same thing. He said, "You can outfrag, you can ask everything." So the Rebbe said, "This America, stuck in censorship. In America, there's no censorship, so you can ask anything." So the two different things. Well, one he asked the Rebbe once. He said, "People want to know." And he wanted to know, but also people wanted to know. What bothers the Rebbe the most? So he asked the Rebbe, what bothers the Rebbe the most? So the Rebbe said, I'll answer it with a story. And the Rebbe told the following story, that there was once a person, Moshel I guess, there was once a person, who the Eibishter blessed him with all the brachas. He had a nice family, he was blessed with, Baruch Hashem, with Parnasa, Ashidus. No. Ashtil, the Melech Shlaf, yeah. Protecting his uncle's honor.
Levi, you have 15 people watching you on.
Levi, you're disturbing you.
I heard there's an election for Yagdil.
Anyway, so the Rebbe said, so there was this individual who was blessed with all the brachas. He had a beautiful family and a parnasa barchava, and everything that one could ask for. One achayim, a zayin, and So of course, like a story with Eov, the Rebbe said, this telling this to my father, that the Lamaila they came and they started being makater on him. Yeah, they told the Eibishter, yeah, he's a Yiddish Shemayim because you gave him all the brachas. You take away something from him, let's see still if he has an assignment. So Rahman al-Islam, the Rebbe said, they took away from him Parnasa, then his family, and then his health. And the Rebbe said, lighter to the point that push it even his Gashmi, his physical body, he suddenly was struck with the leprosy, that tzaras. It was not complete, he couldn't sleep, he was uncomfortable, his whole body was itching and so on. Then, of course, there was Achmanis from Lamayla, and the Eibishter said, the Rebbeinu Shalom said that, you know what, Acha Sha'alti, that's the word that Rebbe used, he can make, give him one request he can make, whatever he asks for, will grant to him. So the Rebbe smiled and said, Punkt Yana Moment, that second when he was told he could ask for anything, he had this terrible itch on his back, which he couldn't reach. So what did he ask for? He asked for a sherbel. Sherbel is like a shard, like a back scratcher. You know, when you're really itching, that's the only thing you think about. And he asked for a back scratcher, so he got his request. The Rebbe said, what bothers me most is people could ask for avodim tevus and margolis. They could ask for the best. They ask for back scratchers. They're not shareable. They're asking for mabakach, for nothing. Because right now they're uncomfortable, so they need me to help them with that. So it's a fascinating approach that it all comes down to what you bring to the table. You bring to the table something serious, you're going to get a response like that. So the final story I wanted to say, I don't know if it's the final, not a good word, but the story I wanted to say was Ba'alei Chetov Shinun Aleph. And this would be the last Ba'alei Leis Ata that the Rebbe Fabring. Ba'alei Shinun Aleph, 1991. The theme of Ba'alei is this theme. What does Rashi say? Why doesn't it say Bahad L'Keischa? Say when you ignite, when you light the flame. Why does it say when you raise the flames? Since when do we raise flames? You light flames. So Rashi answers, because the mitzvah of the Kohen Gadol was that it should be Asher Tehei Shal Heves Elam Eilal. When you light a flame, it takes a split second for it to catch. So the pasuk changes the word and says, don't just light the flame, make sure that it's rising on its own. The Rebbe asked the question, who cares? Let's say it didn't rise on its own. Let's say it burned out. So you go back and light it again. What's the big thing? It has to change a word. So the Rebbe answered B'kitzur that the whole yesod of life and chinuch, education, is not just to inspire somebody, but to empower them with a methodology. You don't just teach people answers, you teach them how to find answers. So it's not a small matter. You want the flame to rise on its own. You can't just have that burns out. And until you don't see that it stands on its own feet, v'himidu talmidim harba, v'himidu. Also, what means himidu? It should be v'yilmudu. You teach many students, but you want the students to stand on their own feet. Empowerment is the key to everything, because then there's a hemshech. You know, you can give people giluyim and all kinds of cases, but if they don't know that they can do it on their own, then it's not going to have a hemshech. And then Rebbe went into a whole discussion back and forth. That Sof Kol Sof that Rebbe asked, it's not Elam Elah, it's the Kohen Gadol lit it. Without the Kohen Gadol lighting it, it wouldn't burn on its own. So is it, and the Rebbe went back and forth, do we really have Bechira, or the Eibishter gives us Bechira? And it was a very a very subtle discussion back and forth. Because whole proof of that, the Eibishter empowers us, is also coming from the Eibishter. So where's it really us? And back and forth, back and forth. It was not simple. So we had the opportunity to ask questions. So I sent into the Rebbe 2 pages, which we very often did, almost every Fabrengen, with questions to try to clarify some points. So when we prepare the Sikha, you can write it with total clarity. And roll back and forth to really get to, really what the punchline was. So the Rebbe responded. It was the only time ever in my life, and I think in anyone, all of us who worked in the Sikhs all the years, the Rebbe wrote, he said, "Hare nesa kol esvadusu shalevas elam eilel, v'shelim etzli hashayla al tshuva al shayoska." The whole theme of the Farbrengen is that the flame should rise on its own, and you're asking me to answer your question. Now, I remember I heard that answer. I said, one second. First of all, we're not interested in my answer. I want to hear the Rebbe's answer. I mean, the Rebbe knows that, and he never wrote that before. The Rebbe would answer questions, with elaborately. The Rebbe never told us, figure it out yourself. And I always wondered, why would the Rebbe write that? Even though it's true, the theme was Shalev Selam Elah. So actually, after Gimel Tammuz, I came to think that maybe the Rebbe was saying that guf I'm giving you koyach. That if you work a little harder, you'll figure it out. But you have to figure it out. So there are times where the Rebbe will answer your questions, and there are times that he's giving you the keiches, like the Rebbe once wrote to somebody wrote to the Rebbe questions, so the Rebbe wrote, Katsasi didim avinu. Go get the advice of friends that are experts. So he wrote back to the Rebbe, he doesn't want to didim avinu, he wants the Rebbe. What does he need to didim avinu? So the Rebbe answered, Vos arder, as ich will empfehlen, durch die didim avinu. Why do you mind if I'll answer through the friends that are advisors? In other words, sometimes it comes directly and sometimes it comes in different ways. So don't think just because you came up with the answer, it's you. It's also not you. But you did your part to be a keli for it. And I think especially after Gimel Tammuz, I don't see a more appropriate way of looking at things. Because now we actually have no choice. It has to be the Keach Hatzma. But we never question that it's coming the keiches of the Rebbe, but now the Goli, if you and I don't do it, who's going to do it exactly? I remember, not mentioning names, one of the Kinus HaShluchim was the Kinus HaShluchim in Crown Heights, was the year 1993, Nun Gimel. So it was between Chav Zayin Adar and Gimel Tammuz. So I was on a panel with two other distinguished rabbis, and the discussion was, what do we do now that the Rebbe is in this matzav, where on one hand the Rebbe is here, but on the other hand not really answering questions, or not completely, and not bringing. So one of the people on the panel said some things that were, pretty disturbing and offensive actually to the shluchim, the big crowd, I remember. And he basically said, listen, grow up, we're no longer little kids, and we have to figure it out on our own. The Rebbe had his time, and it basically was like saying the Rebbe's moved on and we have to figure it out on our own. So you can imagine speaking to shluchim like this, not exactly very the right audience to say that to. And so I remember I got a lot of notes from shluchim that said, you have to respond to this guy. Okay, so I got up after him, it was my turn. So I shared a story that Rebbe quotes in the Yigdis Kedesh after Yud Shvat, Tovshin Yud. So people ask the Rebbe, what do we do now? The Frierdiker Rebbe is not here. So the Rebbe tells the story with Rav last name. It's Chassid of the Tzemach Tzedek. Will come to me, Rav will come to me shortly. Anyways, his first name was Rav Tzemach Tzedek used to go to Petersburg for Askanis Tziburis. A lot of sarkonis involved. He had to deal with the maskilin, was dealing with the government to try to make life a little easier for the Jews. So once, Tzemach Tzedek couldn't go, for whatever reason. So Rabban was a very chashuv and intelligent and very distinguished chassid. So he called in Rabban and he said, Tzemach Tzedek, I want to send you as my shliach. And you should deal with the government officials, these asifas, these meetings. So Rabban says to Tzemach Tzedek, what should I do if I have a doubt? Remember there was no fax and no emails and no text. You can't just send a message. So Tzemach Tzedek answers, Boyin al das atzmei, that you should figure it out on your own. Now the Rebbe Marash was in the room when he heard this. He didn't say anything, but in his mind he said, Chosed das atzmei, something's wrong. In other words, he's too independent. Das atzmei. And he saw it as like that Tzemach Tzedek saying, yes, I respect you, but I also saw him as being maybe too autonomous, too independent. Look upon him, Rabban goes off to Petersburg, and they're sitting by the table by the meal. And suddenly some tzaddik gets serious, and he says, Rab Aaron matet sich in Peterburg. Rab Aaron is struggling with an issue. He has some doubt. Everybody was waiting a few minutes, and some tzaddik opened his eyes and said, and he solved the problem, good at Mechaven Gewer. In other words, he did what I would have done. So the Rebbe Marash understood from verkehrt. If Rabbanim was just a puppet, a robot, there's no seichel. So what's the chiddush? The chiddush is that he befedish was a bardas, and he had his own independent thinking, but he was so bottled that even his independent thinking was also aligned with the Rebbe. So we shouldn't think that independence is a contradiction, but the Eibishter wants it that way. The Rebbe Marash understood he was even a higher madreg. If you look at all the sikhs from the Rebbe about shluchim, the Rebbe says this hundreds of times. A shliach is a dover v'fuche. On one hand, he's a bardas. A shliach has to be a bardas. B'fnei atzmi. He can't be a ben, he can't be a son, he can't be an eved, a servant, and he can't be a cheresh sheit of a couple. It has to be a person who has independent mind and independent identity, and at his own volition he chooses, and then he becomes shluchish shalom kamese. You'd think shluch shalom kamese would be someone who doesn't have any seichel of his own. Punkt verkehrt. So he has the bechira, and he comes to realize that even my keach atzmi is also coming from the Rebbe. So that's the challenge we have, but there's no doubt that today, I've always thought about it. I remember when Chav Zayin Oder happened. So it struck me immediately that it was 11 months to the day. Chav Zayin Oder Nun Beis, 30 years ago. Just coming from it now is Chav Ches Oder Sheni. Chav Zayin Oder Rishon Tov Nun Beis was exactly 11 Yud Aleph months to the day from Chav Ches Nissen Nun Aleph. The Rebbe said then, that I did everything. I don't know what else I can do. Now 2000 circa. And what happens? 11 months pass to the day, and Achmana Litzlan, the Rebbe's words are mekuyim, not in the positive way. Now the Rebbe Taked B'Gashmis Kavyachol did everything, and now it's completely up to us. I always thought those 11 months maybe we had the opportunity, but we didn't do it. Comes Chav Zayin Oder. And now the Rebbe B'Gashmis, at least of Yochel, moving the Rebbe has control, but for whatever reason, the Eibishter made it in a way that the Rebbe is not speaking and he's not writing. And now it is going to be us. And then another 2 years and a few months pass, and also waiting, and then comes Gimel Tammuz. So you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that if you believe in the Rebbe's words, what was unfortunately fulfilled was the Rebbe's exact description. He said, what do you want more from me? I'll say another Rambam, I'll say another Bir, Nacham, it's Abduruk. So the Rebbe said, Chav Ches Nissen. So very clearly, that's what happened. The Rebbe did everything, and now it's up to us. So I don't see how we can have a Fabrengen without at least making a protest and saying, look, it's now 30 years since Chav Zayin Oder. It's 31 years since Chav Ches Nissen. I mean, this is a long time. This is considered a generation. And what they say is that insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. So you tell me, what are we going to do different and expect different results? Continue doing what we did, Rachmana Litzlan. I know nobody likes to hear this. We didn't like to hear it then, that 30 years would pass. No one would believe that. But well, what stops us another 30 years passing? I know that alone is sacrilegious to say. But at the end of the day, Kamuvin, the Eibishter could have Rachmanis on us, the Rebbe could have Rachmanis and send the Gula even if we do nothing. But the Rebbe did say we have to do something. He said it clearly. There's no way around that. And that Sunday after dollars, after Chav Ches Nissen, when that woman who lost a child went by the Rebbe, I don't know if you ever saw that video. On Sunday she's saying to the Rebbe, you just told us that we have to do this. She says, you can't leave us hanging here, Rebbe. You're the Rebbe. I want my child back. That's what she tells the Rebbe. Why are you telling us? So the Rebbe said, if I'm the Rebbe, if you're calling me that, I'm telling you what to do. You don't tell me what to do. And the Rebbe points with his finger. And I said that you have to do it, and you have to do it, and you have to do it. And the Rebbe repeats it twice. Now the Rebbe had, we know, compassion. A woman that lost her child, I'm sure the Rebbe felt her pain. And she was crying with an emma. She wasn't sent by anybody. Wasn't like some fabricated cry. And yet the Rebbe clearly saw that something we have to do that Kavyochel the Rebbe cannot or will not do. And it's not the first time the Rebbe said it. Purim Mem Zayin, the Rebbe said it explicitly as well. That it goes over from the Nossi to Akoel. So I have to say, as a person who was involved in Sichos and involved in the Rebbe's Inyanim, till this day it haunts me. Because, people say, what else can we do? What else can we do? I don't know. I think if the Rebbe had said to any one of you, called you into his office, and there was no one else there. Remember, when the Rebbe speaks to thousands of people, the Rebbe says it's like Yechidus. It's like he's speaking only to one person, to you, like by Matan Torah. Anochi Hashem Alekecha Loshen Yachid. Every Jew heard it like the Rebbe is speaking to you directly. And the Rebbe said to you like this. I'm just using a very Mugushim Dika example. That if you invest in, let's say, software, you can make billions of dollars. Let's say the Rebbe told that to you privately, and he said to you, but you have to 2,000% count. You're going to have to figure out. Like the Rebbe said, Ein et zwei, drei, zusammenreden, Witzerton, Wasserton, you have to strategize. You tell me, what would you do? You wouldn't leave a stone unturned. You'd call every lawyer, every businessman on earth. Because the Rebbe gave you a promise and said, this is going to turn into billions of dollars. Who doesn't want to make billions of dollars? So now just replace, instead of a business and software and billions, the Rebbe says to you privately that you do everything you can and you could bring the Geula. You have to figure out a strategy and a plan. So I asked myself, did we do that? Did anyone come up with a strategy that you can say comparable to like a business strategy? I don't know. And I've been to, I can tell you, hundreds of meetings in the last 30 years. I've heard everybody thoughts and ideas. And I'm not taking away. I think Chassidim are dedicated and they bust their chops and they're committed to the Rebbe. But to say that we're doing something different, it goes back to the insanity. We're doing the same thing and we expect different results. So say to me, okay, so then what should we do? Well, first I just wanted to put it on the table. And I know I was invited here, to make everybody feel good. But I'm also here to tell you that, what do they say? Some people have a business card. Some people have a business card that says, I'm here to make happy people miserable and miserable people happy. So sometimes maybe we are too complacent, we're in our comfort zones. Shina Ne'ima, we have we sleep comfortably, we make our summer plans. And then we say L'chaim and say Mashiach should come, So I think that, we have to be a little disruptive and make everybody a little uncomfortable, including myself, and bring this up because that's what I see it. I mean, we're going to bring 120 years of the Rebbe's, the Rebbe, and the Rebbe gave us a mandate 31 years ago. Truth is, he gave a mandate 72 years ago, Tafshin Yud, Tafshin Aleph, Eir Hashvi, but especially two talks. And I think that as Chassidim, at least we should make enough noise and say we have not done enough. I don't like when people say I did everything. I don't know what else I can do. To me, that is a very disturbing statement. No businessman will ever say such a thing. I did everything. There's no such thing. There's no way. We have a world of 8 billion people, and to someone to say that we did everything, no. So I have some thoughts and suggestions in this regard, but I first wanted to put it on the table, at least the question. No, but I don't see it as my issue alone. I think it's all of us. And I think if you put your heads together, if everybody cares, things will happen. So, I did. So good. Listen, if I'm bringing is all of us, it's not just l'chaim.
There are people that know how to perform, there are people that know how to perform.
Thank you. We continue.
Solution.
Very British, you know. You guys like to like a more British person or what? A real Brit. Like your parents live near your parents? Every year, each second country,
In comparison with other bottles. In comparison with other bottles, it comes close or no? And it's skinny and tequila.
It's not like that's tequila. It's different things. They're made from different things.
What are you talking about?
it's also it's native food. Kiwi. Kiwi is actually called kiwi fruit. Like grapefruit.
It's all like the English horse or eyeglasses.
Right foot side.
Right side. They like Eddie. How are you?
I have a scheduled appointment with Mindy and what's his name? That's it. Perfect. Expanding store now. Get rid of that voice factor.
Good afternoon. Abner.
Okay, yeah.
L'chaim. So a little tapora de plach, yeah? Mayor. Tapora de plach, yeah?
Let's round up the troops. Fire up Chaim. Go for it.
I like when Sugar Dance get better
Have it. And now for the real stuff.
Full time.
Guys over there. Maybe you'll learn something.
So, in the spirit of Aveda the Keich Atzmei, the Rebbe could have easily, I'm sure, spelled out Chavches Nissen 31 years ago, or in other sichos, a detailed game plan. And after all, the Rebbe was the one that established the Temet Soyim and all the other campaigns that constitute what Shlichus is today. And yet, when it came to Mashiach, both in the two classic sichos, Purim and Zion, which I mentioned before, and Chavches Nissen and Aleph. The Rebbe did not specifically say what needs to be done. In other words, he said, "Tut alt was gekent, do everything." It really means everything. Literally, it means that don't leave any stone unturned and do everything you can. And the words of Purim Mem Zayin, which were 4 years earlier, very similar, except then it was like within a farbrengen of 6 hours, so it wasn't quite as dramatic. But the Rebbe said that he struggled in understanding why Mashiach didn't come, and his only explanation that he came to was that it went over from the Nasi to the Hakerel, meaning, and not that the Nasi himself is going to bring the Gula, but it goes over to us. So, as someone who was involved in the working in the Sikhs, and obviously I personally gave it much thought, not that I have some secret answer that nobody else has, I want to suggest a few thoughts that are actionable, not just theories. I want to just focus on a few words that have been used. And I don't believe we have to create our own words. We just have to take the words of the Rebbe and then try to decipher them and translate them into practical language. So the Rebbe said the following. A good friend here just reminded me something of fundamental piece. But the Rebbe said the Ikir is always game for the Golas Pnimi, the inner goals that each person has. In other words, it's not just a matter of doing some action, it's an attitude, it's a mindset. And as long as you feel that you're comfortable in this world, and you can go on and make summer plans, as I said, and so on, there's something lacking. It's a lack of urgency. Because without urgency, you don't get anything done. Like I mentioned, I specifically mentioned examples from business. Any businessman will tell you, you don't have a sense of urgency, you're not going anywhere. It has to feel compelled. You have to feel you're going to do whatever it takes. Now, I don't know if anybody applied that type of attitude to Mashiach, because frankly, I think many people see Mashiach as something too abstract, too ruchniistic. Mitzvah film, for example, is very defined. You stand on a corner, you eat people, you're a Jewish man, a Jewish boy after bar mitzvah. Here's how you put on film. Mitzvah neshek, mitzvah kashrus, zuzah, film, potato, tzedakah, by smallest quarter. They're all tangible actions. Someone asks you, let me ask you, what does Mashiach mean? What do you do? What's the action involved? And I've asked this question thousands of times, and most people don't have a clue. They don't know what the answer is. Is it doing a mitzvah? Is it doing goodness, kindness? Is it learning about Gula Mashiach? Is it all the above? Is it something else? So first of all, we don't know what the product is. It's very difficult to sell a product that you don't know what it is. And especially for many, it's like that the world is actually going to change, that tomorrow morning going to be a different reality. I think that's a very difficult thing to imagine. I think another question, if you ask someone, tell me what would your life look like if Mashiach comes tonight? Getting beyond the issue whether Mashiach can come at night. That's not what I'm getting at. I didn't even know that was an issue. Fine. Whoever said that Mashiach will come will answer that question. But regardless, tomorrow morning, what will Montreal, the streets here, look like? Will there be birds? Will there be stores? Will you go to work? The same question could be asked in Crown Heights or in Jerusalem or anywhere in the world.
We didn't have that in Golos.
Or in.
No, what do you mean?
So,
Stores get shut every week.
So how would you, what would it look like? My point that I'm trying to make is that many of us have not yet even got into, we don't even know what is the reality that we're trying to sell to ourselves and to others. And when you don't have that, it's very hard to really feel urgent. Yes, we all know the Rebbe's sense of urgency. Like many people say, I don't know if I want Mashiach, but I know the Rebbe wanted it. Since the Rebbe wanted it, I want it. Okay, that's very nice, but that's going to make, you're not going to be a very good salesperson. You're trying to sell a product that somebody else is excited about, and you are just excited because they're excited. I'm just pointing out some of the, before you come with solutions, you have to define what the problem is. And this is what I see as being, besides, I'm not even getting into the political part, where the disagreements became so powerful, Bibereish, and other Nadischkeiten that took over, that it became a very politicized issue. And we're not even talking about the topic any longer. That could be worse than anything. That means nothing's going on. I think politics is something. Yeah. So.
Only ladies allowed to shush.
Just once.
But it was
Maybe it's quality, not quantity.
So here's what I'd like to throw out on the table, and you can either take it or leave it, or suggest something else. But at least, even if you reject what I'm suggesting, that you have to come up with an alternative. It's easy to just say no, no, no. You have to come up with an alternative. So let me throw out some ideas. I throw out the first thing. I said it before. If you don't feel this is an urgent thing in your life, it's optional, I can tell you right now, you're not really going to be part of making any change. If it's something like a hobby, when you find some free time, we all know what that means. This has to be a sense of urgency. So, the question is, how do you make it urgent in your life? Now, for some people, it would be listening to a sikha from the Rebbe and understanding that the Rebbe is speaking to you, no one else. The fact that you're sitting in a room and there's 1,000 people, right away it's very easy to say, hey, who am I? I'm a small little nobody. They're bigger chachamim, and maskilim, and evdim, and chassidim, and shluchim, and Kabbalah selniks, and so on. That's the first klippa of Amalek that basically says, it's not me, somebody else is going to do it. And unless you feel that type of urgency, I think it's very hard to ask somebody to do something serious if they don't feel it's really urgent, that it's not optional. And I know the big skeptical question will be, if 31 years have passed, or 30 years have passed, why suddenly is it going to become more urgent now? So that's a very good question, and I think it's something each of us have to look at. I'll speak now about myself. I can't speak for others. I feel the following, that there's a few ways, the Rambam says that Ma'aseh Echad, one action can tip the scales. So there's no question that if you speak to one Jew or one person and you get them to do a mitzvah, that can bring Mashiach. There's no question. The Rebbe said the world is ready. Maybe you have to just tip a scale. The challenge with that is that that's no question, you can't deny that's a possibility. But to say that that means tut alts, I don't know if that fits into everything. That's one type of thing. So I want to start with on a global level. If Mashiach is meant to transform the world, that means it has to reach 8 billion people. The Rambam says, Mala Oretz Deus Hashem Kamayim Yom Chasim. And he says, Lo Ye'esa Kol Elam El Ladasas Hashem Bovad. And it'll be Umis Elam, everybody. So the question is, what does that mean? So some people say, if we do our mitzvahs, you do your Torah mitzvahs in your personal life, ultimately it changes the world. Which has been the attitude over centuries that Jews, that's what they did. In their shuls and in their communities, they did their mitzvahs, and their Torah Vedi Mils Chasodim, and they hoped that would be Machriya Kol Ha'elam Kulei, and Mashiach would come. But the Rebbe went further. He sent shluchim all over the world. He could have kept everybody in Crown Heights and let them do Torah Vedi Mils Chasodim. He didn't do that. He said, I'm sending people to every corner of the earth. The Derech HaTeva, he wants people in every continent and in every country. That means he wants Mamata L'mayla. That we shouldn't just, like it says in Chassidus, have an avuka g'dela, a big flame that is meshech, it draws all the sparks. He wants us to go get the sparks. That means that the effort has to be a global effort. Now, I don't think everybody's a global person. I'm not going to say every noshim betaf thinks globally. But if you think globally, the question is, how do you create a global movement? How do you create a movement that doesn't just affect 5 people or 5,000? Does anyone here question? And when you see Yagdil, the 4 big giants, Apple, Google, Facebook, and Amazon, that Mashiach and Geula and Chassidus should not be as big as those entities. Now, whenever I say that to people, they say, what are you talking about? Those are businesses. They're selling nonsense. It's easy to sell nonsense to billions of people. You can't sell content to billions of people. Does anyone really think that? You say that to To me, that's like someone that basically is denying the truth of Torah mitzvahs. Avram Avinu was Echad HaYavram. He was one man, one individual. He had no shul, he had no community, he didn't have a UJA, and he didn't have any other institutions. He didn't even have a country. And him and his wife went ahead and changed the world. Today, there are billions of people on this earth that see Avram Avinu as the first Avram Lein Goyim, the first prophet. Not including Christians and Muslims and millions and millions and billions of others. So to make a statement that Matan Torah was only for a few people that live in Borough Park or Crown Heights and Williamsburg, or Montreal, I should mention, Yagdil, is Daiti Kfir Legami. The whole point of Matan Torah was to change the world. It wasn't just to reach a few people. And you see, it did change the world. Civilization in the world today is a result of Torah. And people give credit to Torah. There would be no country like the United States and the concept of freedom and so on if you didn't have the Torah. This has been documented not by Jews, by scholars, many of them. So if that's the case, so why would we not be able to take this product called, let's call it Torah, let's call it the virtue and the morality of Torah, and especially through Chassidus, which is also a spiritual dimension, why not make that mainstream? Why not? You're not talking business terms. This should be the product. Your futsu, my nisecha chutza, are the three words Mashiach said to the Baal Shem Tov when he said, when will you come? He said, your futsu. So your futsu means distribution. My nisecha is the product. Chutza is the market. You have the product that Rabbeinu gave us 7 generations of Chassidus, plenty of it. It needs to be translated, it needs to be explained. The Rebbe gave us Asius to explain it. I can tell you personal witness. Through my book and through my work, I've reached millions of people that don't know a word of Hebrew, don't know a word of Yiddish. So I know there's a proof of concept. But it's not billions of people. It's millions or thousands or hundreds of thousands. And we have Chutzah exists, there's a market out there. The Rebbe says the world is ready. The world is receptive, there's no question about it. If you needed anything, COVID and now the war and so on, people are desperate for direction and guidance. The thing that's lacking is your futsu. We don't have a distribution network. We absolutely don't have one. It was never built. Our distribution ends very much in a very small orbit. We reach thousands, hundreds of thousands. Millions would be already a dream, but definitely not billions. We don't have a distribution network. The Rebbe once wrote in a note to one of the Mezlis, he wrote Kimedumani. He was writing Beloshin Sachos, like almost sarcastically. He wrote Kimedumani Haloshin Hu, Yafutsu Veloyat Fisu Mainesecha Chutz. Then, not the print. The print is very easy. I get probably 10 calls a week of people who want to publish a book. So I say to them, you want to publish a book, you want to distribute the book? They say, want to get it printed. I said, who's going to read it? It has to be printed and one person will have it on a shelf. Distribution is the key to everything. If you don't have a marketing plan, you can write the best book, it's going to sit locked. Like the Rebbe said, Chav Ches Nissen will sit on a shelf. Yafutsu is a very different machine. And so I think one of the, no doubt in my mind, that building such a distribution network is the key. And there's no question there's a market for it. And that has not even been attempted. I'm not saying this to toot my horn, I'm maybe the closest in Chabad that did a little of it because of Torah Meaning for Life and a few other things. But it's shmachamais, trust me. It's even less than Hevel Levik, in the Rebbe's words. Because it reached a certain amount of people, but it's not where it should be.
You mean to reach the Goyim, Sheva before they're not, that's the point.
What about the 14 million Jews that exist? Have we reached that? 14 million?
Yeah.
They reached 1.5 million, I believe.
I think they reach much more. There's no place.
You think, but doesn't mean it means the fact.
So you have facts, you have figures. How do you know?
There are
who
figures.
reached
We haven't reached more than 2 million.
I think that whoever's
Anyway.
knows about Chabad.
Yeah, but we have to learn.
The fact that they know that Chabad exists
So where's
doesn't
the
mean that we
billions?
reached them.
If there's only 14 million Jews.
So you have an alternative suggestion?
No, I don't have. You're talking about reaching billions when there's only 14 million.
Okay.
No, you thought that.
From Yagdil, the headquarters, I'm going to go out.
I understand.
I give you the president, yeah. He's going to be the vice president. Sometimes maybe.
Hey, Okay, no.
One thing we've learned, anyone with all due respect, anyone that I never will say that I know 100% what they ever meant. You're ready to say it?
If the Rebbe called you this office, you're going to make millions of dollars. Every Rebbe
Anyway, you know, they once came.
Now it feels like Yagdil.
Let's go, wake it up.
No, don't worry, we're going to sleep very peacefully. I've done this many times. I've done this many times. You know, there were soldiers of the Tsar. There were soldiers of the Tsar that went to go find the Jews that were hiding from the draft. No, so they would go to these houses, draft. So they came to a house, there's no one there, and then they see behind the curtain, they see 4 feet. So they open up the curtains and they see 90-year-old Jews, hiding behind the curtain. So the soldiers say, "What are you hiding from? You're 90 years old." He says, "I'm getting around that from the Shalom." The general is with me.
General.
You don't need general.
9 years old. The general.
They were hiding from the draft.
The point is, this may sound like anti-Semitic or even this may sound like anti-Semitic or anti-Chabad, but I want to assure you that some of my best friends are Chabad. So the problem with it says in Chassidus, is that when you get stuck in a tzir of Kedusha, it's much worse than klipa in a way. Because when you're in a place that's dark, so there's hope. You know you don't know. So ultimately you'll grow and perhaps become better. But if you're convinced you know exactly what the Rebbe says, you're convinced you know exactly what Yiddishkeit is going to be, you're going to have exactly what you had till now. Now, I'm not going to talk about Montreal per se. You know, we have in New York our own issues. But you want change, or you want to have the same thing you have here the last 80 years? If you want change, my friends, you're going to have to be uncomfortable. So it's very nice for you to say, and Chabadniks to say that we reached 14 million people. It's ridiculous to say. It's a joke. You know that 80% of many cities, the Jews are intermarried and assimilated, and they have no concern. What are you talking about?
And people drive by. There's something
This is the same Chabad propaganda that we are like Coca-Cola.
No, but this is it. They saw it. I mean, you can't force people to drink.
Anyway, listen, you can convince yourself whatever you like. Hey. Listen. There are people convince themselves of whatever they want, but that's usually where there's no growth.
It's obviously not what the Rebbe, it's obviously not what the Rebbe wanted.
It didn't work. It didn't work. The point is, it didn't work. Shalom.
Stay out of this one.
Anyway.
Just in case we're not successful.
Look, I don't want to debate this with you. We're not on the same page. I don't want to debate it with you. We're not on the same page. It's all right. It's all right. I respect you. I don't want to debate this. I'm not interested in debating. I didn't come to debate with you. I don't even know who you are, to be honest. Look, there was no doubt that Rebbe said after the Sikha Tzafkas Nissen that Efsher will sein eine, zwei, drei. These are the exact words of the Rebbe. 1, 2, or 3 who will come together. What's to tun and wie zu tun. Right? Those are the Rebbe's words. What to do? He wrote it. that will think what. And that's interesting. The Rebbe never said in Fabrengens 1, 2, 3. Never said Mitzrayim 1, 2, 3. He said everybody. Here, the Rebbe uses very few numbers. 1, 2, 3. And the Rebbe is really optimistic. Earlier in the Sikh, he said that 10 will be ein action, say Ad Mosai with an emes. I always wondered why the Rebbe would say 1, 2, or 3. Clearly, because not everybody's probably going to end up doing it. The question is, we have to ask ourselves, am I going to be one of those 1, 2, 3? So I have no question in my mind that if Mashiach means Mola Oretz Deis Hashem Kamayim Liyom Echad, the Rebbe, the Rambam's words, not my words, Lo Yeh Eser Kol Ha'elom El L'Dasas Hashem Levad. So we can't build the Beis HaMikdash HaShlishi. We can't also do Tchias HaMesim. Not in our power. But can we create a product that will reach Kol Ha'elom? Now, either you believe that the product you can do it, or you don't believe. Now, if someone doesn't believe the product can be done, I tell you then it's not for you. Then don't do it. And do what you think you could do. But those of us that feel that it could be done, I can't say, I don't see any real moves in that direction. I don't see any competition. I don't see any efforts. To be very blunt and honest. Okay. So they're doing what they're doing. No one's taking away what they're doing. Are we looking to pat ourselves that we did it already, or are we looking to look what we didn't do? No, I'm trying to suggest things we didn't do. What the Chabad are there already? That's been doing. So, but that's not the question on the table here. The question is, what are we going to do to move the needle? Okay. Anyway, I don't know what you're talking about.
What I'm saying is that he's already doing it.
You see what's going on? Okay. I have no idea what you're saying here. What does that have to do with what we're how many talking about what you and I have to do today, tomorrow? Why are we talking about? We're talking about no, we're talking about what we have to do. We have to do anything. So that's what we're doing. Okay, listen. L'chaim to you all. God bless you all.
When I didn't reach 14 million. Too late. Too late. How do we need Too late. Too late.
Respect, as I said, the way to reach you is that you must be in this.
When he puts out his whole thing, you always get the whole time watching it. You see the other guy goes in, you see the okay. And then you always get the story, I'll say it too. I'm get the first scene right now you see the first thing. What are they doing?
It's enough to not give enough paper.
Why does every person walk in? No, it's very
One is good enough money.
Now you came and
But what's the practical? That's a good question. What's that? That thing on the ass?
No, we can do number 2. You can say it too, it's fine.
This guy comes to my gym now, you know that? Chill every day.
I feel like Kings about if you get me out,
Back to action. Okay.
round two, let's
Time. L'chaim, everyone. So to continue on,
he's not going to give you.
No?
You can ask him. He's a cheap guy. Actually, he might. No, he will. Yeah. He's drunk. He's very happy.
Yeah.
the Rebbe's words,
Okay, he's going right now. Just ask him. Ask him for what? Ask him for what?
Al's Vaseken, everything, also implies that since Ein Day Sein Shabbos, and people have different approaches and personalities, so there are many ways to conquer a world. So there are local ways, there are global ways. Now I shared what I think is on a global level, but it's not for everybody, because not everybody's a global thinker, to be honest. And really, that's true. Some people will have a store on their block. You know, Jeff's is a great sausage place in Los Angeles. Everyone's trying to tell them to franchise it to the East Coast. And Jeff says, I don't think I could have quality control of a successful business here, even though I could probably grow it. Some people keep focused where their market is, and that's that. You know, like they say in marketing, that if you get 100% attention of 1% of your audience, it may be better than 1% attention than 100% of your audience. There's no problem with having a local type of approach, and that's a certain approach. I don't think when you fight a war, you have, for example, you have Air Force, you have Navy, you have infantry, And you don't say one is better than the other, you need all three, you have to attack from every direction. So, side yes. Okay. So let's just establish that when the Rebbe speaks to Chassidim, that he's talking to people of all sorts, and there may be a little child that will cry out Ad Mosai with an emes, and that can pierce heavens, like the story with Kukuriku. No, but we're not going to ever say that everybody in Rosh Hashanah should start yelling Kukuriku. For that child, that was the right way. I think it's important to establish, it says in the Gemara in Brachas, when you haraya uchlasa, when you see 600,000 people, you make a bracha, baruch hacham harozim. Why? Because for somebody to be sevel, shishim ribui deis, 600,000 different opinions, it only can be a chacham harozim. Most of us, you hang around usually with people that are like 2 or 3 different types of opinions that are similar to you. To be able to really look at 600,000 different approaches in life, you need a Moshe Rabbeinu. So there's no question that there's many ways. There's not one way. I know anyone that says there's one way to bring Mashiach is ridiculous. Eibishter wouldn't create so many people like us because we have different approaches. So that must be established. I just wanted to state that. I'm speaking personally because I deal more with the secular world. I deal more with a global level, not parochial, not just for religious Jews or even just for Jews. So I spoke about what I know can be done and should be done. I think there should be hundreds of books out there that are explaining Chassidus and Deus Hashem that help people in their marriage and help people with depression and help people with their personal lives, and they should be tools for living. I have no doubt that you can create a whole array of products that are even for sale that can transform the world. We have better psychology than all the psychology that's out there.
There's a smoke machine.
So I just wanted to clarify.
Global level.
I think the globalists in the room here should come together privately
The globalists.
and have a discussion.
Globalist is a bad word.
Because what you're going to have is that the local...
On a local.
Globalist is a bad word now. Don't say it. Don't say gay and don't say globalist.
Matter of fact, maybe we can have a local strategy. I think what we have to do is start creating... and you have to create a proof of concept with some product. Make sure it works.
Let's talk about
Montreal.
Local.
So local, you have all the way from the extreme of the goals community that everybody has to work on. If you're able to, how do you get out of your own traps? I'll be honest, it's very, very difficult. It's expression, ein chovish, materis atmi. You know what that means, right? The person who's in prison, the person who's in fetters, tied up, can't free themselves. So when you're stuck in your golas pnimi, which means in your own mindset, you're comfortable. You're living a comfortable life. You have a good job, a good family, giving tzedakah. Well, you're living the Atayra Mitzvah's life. You're pretty much a decent person. So the question is, what's going to shake you up? Go further than that. Perek Tezvav in Tanya, an unbelievable chapter in Tanya, the Alter Rebbe speaks about avodah means going out of your comfort zone. That if you do learn something 100 times, if it's your night, if it's your routine, your habit, it's not avodah. It's lo yavodah. If you're 101, so how do you get out of your comfort zone in Kedusha? I'm not talking about if you're in a bad place, like I said, the person feels they're in an unhealthy place. At some point, they're going to hit rock bottom or something will happen. But if you feel you're comfortable, how do you get out of that? So there was a time that Chassidim had Avodah Pnimis. They worked on themselves, davening in other ways. The Rebbe gave us another approach, which is really not only the Rebbe says it in Tanya too, Meir inish neim avayah. Inspire someone else and you also get warmed up. You know that story they tell, 2 guys got lost in the woods, very cold, freezing night. One was a heavy-set person, one was a skinny guy. And it gets colder and colder, and the skinny guy is starting to faint and falls in the snow. And the heavier-set guy doesn't abandon him, keeps him alive by massaging him, he keeps trying to get his muscles. Anyway, he's also about to pass out. Finally, somebody comes and saves them both. And the skinny guy comes to the heavier, says, I want to thank you for saving my life. You could have left me alone and I would have died in the frozen. So he says, no, I have to thank you, because if I didn't exert myself to warm you up, I too would have frozen. So basically, by warming someone else, you get warm yourself. You go to Chabrusa, you have no choice. You have to force yourself to teach and inspire another person, and inspiration comes back. I can tell you that it works by me all the time. It's one of the tricks of the trade. If you want to really get inspired, inspire someone else, and do it in a way that you can't get out of it. You're stuck. You have to do it. So there's that element. Now I want to throw in this into the whole discussion. The Rebbe, two real statements that Rebbe made when he was asked, what should we actually do to bring the Geulah? Besides the fact that Derech Yeshara, the Rebbe said, not crazy ways, not new ways, Derech Yeshara is Torah mitzvahs, but the Rebbe's put it into two terms. One is the words where he said, Lilmed Inyan Geulah Mashiach, as the Rebbe's words, to learn about Geulah Mashiach. I think not everybody understands what that means. Everybody thinks it means to learn the Hilchos of the Mashiach, about Beis HaMikdash, or other things. I think it's a lot more than that, and I'll explain in a moment. And the second thing, and this I think is also underestimated, the only time when the Rebbe was asked, what is your message to the world? Global message. The Rebbe could have said a lot of things to CNN, by dollars. He could have said, could have said a lot of things. The Rebbe said, Mashiach is on his way, and we can speed up his coming through increasing in acts of goodness and kindness. The Rebbe's words. So I derive from that essentially any good campaign would require fulfilling these things. Goodness and kindness is an action-based campaign. It doesn't require learning, it doesn't require a lot of effort. Actions are far easier to get more people to do, because you're just saying, do a good act, a random act of kindness today for a stranger. Learning requires, so if you can reach, let's say, 10 million people doing an act of kindness, maybe 1 million you can get them to learn something. Because that's how it is. It's like anything. A 5-minute video will be watched by more people than a 20-minute one. That's how it works. So, but the Rebbe did say both. So one is more pneumistic and one is more action-based. So it sounds to me, when you turn it into, let's call it strategic language, one is an action-based activities, the other is an educational campaign. But the Rebbe did say Lilmed, but why is Lilmed so important? I go back to what I said before. You no way that you can convince yourself or another person that Mashiach is important if you don't understand its value. I challenge anyone in this room here to tell me now this. If I'm a comfortable person, I'm making a good living, I have a nice family, I do Shabbos, I have a kollel, I have a yeshiva, everything is going well. What do I need Mashiach? What's missing in my life? So some people say, okay, you got to preempt it because there's disease and there's death and anything can happen. Mashiach comes. But right now everything is comfortable. What's missing in my life? Why do I need Mashiach? If you don't have an answer to that question, there's no way you're going to sell Mashiach to anyone. It's like someone saying, here's a product, you're a salesperson trying to sell a product. Someone saying, what happens if I don't have this product? You say, you're right. If you don't have it, you won't have it. If it's not necessary, you're not going to sell it. So how is Mashiach necessary? When we were in the Holocaust and living in Sodus, of course, that's what the Jews were waiting. Mashiach was going to come to free them from the Yimach Shemot. But if everything is going relatively well, what's lacking? What's lacking? And the Rebbe not spoken about Mashiach, would anybody here even bring it up? We wouldn't even be talking about it. The fact that we talk is because the Rebbe made it a big thing. Now, without learning Chassidus, you'll never have an answer for this question. It reminds me, there was, someone was once by the Frierdiker Rebbe, by Tkiyah Shefer Rosh Hashanah. And the Frierdiker Rebbe would cry. I heard from witnesses, second floor, by Bechiyas, that you could hear it on Kingston Avenue. That's how loud the Bechiyas were. So there was a German Jew there, Yagdil, and he came to Bechiyas, and he says to somebody, why is he crying so much? He has a beautiful wife, he has children, he has a community and family. Why is he crying? So go explain to someone why a Rebbe is crying in Rosh Hashanah. Unless he's in pain, maybe he's sick. The Without learning Chassidus, you don't know why would someone cry like the Rebbe Rashab cried. Elokus is not begiven. If you can't explain this in palatable words that people can understand, Mashiach is optional. So when the Rebbe says Lilmed, the only Gula Mashiach, he means they have to internalize that Gula Mashiach is natural reality. Like the Rebbe once told someone Yechidus, someone asked the Rebbe, why do you talk so much about Mashiach? So the Rebbe said, Golus is a disease, it's a cancer. And Gula is the healing. If God forbid a family member would be cancer, would you just be quiet? You'd yell and scream. So how do we explain that Golus, even a comfortable Golus, is a disease? And Gula is not. No way you can explain it if you don't learn Chassidus. So my understanding, learning Gula Mashiach makes the product, so to speak, or the reality of Mashiach a necessity in our lives. And if it's not a necessity, I'm not talking now midas, feelings we may not always have it, but in our mind at least, understand that it's a necessity. That's why I think a very good challenge. Ask your children, ask yourself, Mashiach comes tonight, what will your house look like tomorrow morning? You're going to be preparing to go to Eretz Yisrael, you're going to close your business, what's going to happen with all your equity, what's going to happen with your investments, what's going to happen with the birds in the stores. I don't think many of us have even given it such practical thought. It's just too close to home. Well, Mashiach will come, yeah, the Geulas, it's lebendig and freilich. And but like, what? Explain what it is. So when I was a child in yeshiva, our teacher told us that ice cream will grow on trees. I was very excited because I love ice cream, like most of us, at least some of us. How's it here in Montreal? Okay.
2 months a year.
Which 2 months? Anyway, when I got older, I went over to my teacher who told me this when I was in 4th grade. I said, where does it say ice cream will grow on trees? I can't find such a thing. He says, that was the way I could explain it to children, So I said, so what do you tell adults? What will grow on trees? Money will grow on trees. So I think that these are parts of the whole process, and that's that, So as far as practical goes, I think if we go away from here not just comfortable and we go away and say, I'm going to do something, you just have to hook up with someone else, put your head together, the Rebbe said, and come up with a plan and stick with it. Unfortunately, what usually happens is there's an inspiration, then we have a meeting, and another meeting, and then people get busy and they say, I'll get back to you when I get back from my next trip or something. Then we have other trips. Like the Rebbe would say, they have an asifa that will call another asifa. I'm saying it to myself as well. I feel really, frankly, very frustrated because I feel that there's plenty to do and there is a certain complacency. We are able to sleep pretty peacefully. I have a little sleep over this. What can I tell you? So maybe someone else. I mean, it's not about losing sleep. It's about sensing an urgency. But at least I know that we're not doing that. Those that convince themselves that everything is great and that's that and it's going to happen, I don't know. I can't relate to that. That to me would be, that's like making you feel yourself comfortable. You want to be comfortable. Great. I know that there's more to do. I mean, if the Rebbe said Lehevel Ladik, it's a pretty strong statement. The Rebbe says words, those are strong words. That means, according to the Rebbe, unless you reach your destination, the finish line, everything is no. Everything is Lehevel Ladik, is not. Not because the Rebbe was dismissing what he accomplished, but the Erech. What does it say? Chazal say, that means that Teresh B'Ksav and Teresh B'Alpeh and Shas and Poskim and everything is Hevel. That was words, Hevel, L'Gabe Teresh B'Mashiach. So, I'm not naive. I've been around. It's much easier to inspire a secular audience than Egan. Because, as I said, we're all generals, and everybody has their tziyut of it. And I'm not, didn't come here to think that I'm going to really make any changes. It doesn't matter, since I'm already at a place where I can say what I feel. That's what I'm doing. Thank
Inspired. I did not say that. You're going to leave here tonight.
Stone Street. I think it's become like a new game. It's just great.
Yeah, it's kind of burst the bubble. Flip.
That was a nice one.
Make any changes?
If you're inspired playing.
You can inspire, but not.
No, but he was building up, saying, we all need a plan, we all can be comfortable. בגלל אנחנו שנתת את המצוות. לא מכיר לך?
Somebody wasn't driving with us.
The globalist. He's a lucky douche. Right. And then that's your You know what it is? There's a lot of contradictions. There's a lot of not parallels, but like paradox. You know, it's like love your now like yourself, but it says that things are higher than you like the world. And you will treat them equally. מלך גויאם. כמו uncomfortable. Because he has a good point, you know? We have our beautiful kollel now. We have our, well, some of us, the lucky ones have our wives, we have our children, we have our schools, we have our learning. Yes, here's my point. This is what I really wanted to say. That here he's saying we should be crying when Mashiach isn't here yet. And yet, on the other hand, no, he's doing this for the same thing. And then everything is positivity. Everything is positivity bias. You have to be happy, you have to be this.
Pockets. No, I told two fuckers to check it out.
Who's watching now? How many? Millions of people are watching right now.
Hey, they're listening to you.
Can you hear me from there?
Delegate. Honestly, you see, like, maybe last year when I said, now Mike. Well, your ties for, I know, man. Do you fight MMA? You got the. Yeah.
They're actually bluffing.
You get fucking, like, you get punched in the head.
Yeah, that's a technical bluff.
Oh, really? Like, no. My ears are good. My ears are clean.
I make them like you.
My ears are
You be like Mike.
I'm not just that. Oh, actually.
Right. Here's our No, never. No. I think you're just tripping out. Say it, not I'm hybrid now. Twice a week.
Well, it's good listening.
These are lights. No, he was like juicing us up.
Fine. He's over. He's disturbed.
Yeah. You think he maybe lost focus?
Right. Yeah, like a 14.
80% of Jews are right.
That's on
Israel,
us.
if you're saying that your goal is to shit out, then why are you getting it? Gets he's not a job.
We get 14 Jews.
Got these ones.
That's what we said, man. He said
Here's one thing. That's the only one right now.
Posso jogar dentro do Torah? Posso jogar dentro da Torah? I do message when I talk about the Messiah, the real one. What?
So the question is, we should be standing firm with the shit.
Somebody says you gotta gather your minds and make a definitive plan.
That's how we can sleep over.
That's a problem.
How can we shouldn't just be
That's why I said to him. I said to him, you're sitting here as a doctor. I said, 60% of the
well, it has to be urgent than you, right?
How do you treat that urgency? Right? You're sitting there, you're talking about it. How do you treat it?
That he has to drop the mic again.
That's what I said to him.
Yeah. So what I was thinking is that, like, if we're saying we're not urgent, it's because and we're feeling like we're good.
It's like,
Many a pound of my now.
If we're supposed to be like, listen, we have a nice job, we got our beautiful family, we got our wives and children, and there's money and food on our tables, and we have this beautiful Torah that we're going to learn and grow in, and yet we're not losing sleep over this shit. We're supposed to be sad the whole time, or we're just
Sad, take action.
be active. But I mean, is it not taking action? Or is it like,
Never enough. Never be.
yeah, no, of course. There are different ways to do it.
You have to be like fire.
Not even saying, don't pat yourself on the back.
2,000 square foot space on the third floor. Shitty ass building. Broken windows.
And your family.
Air conditioning was not in yet. Family got a lot of shit to do.
Some guy owns his place.
He's next thing in front of us.
Hold on. Gotta record it. Don't record it. Gotta record it. It's broadcasted. Don't broadcast it. Made a statement. With all due respect, there.
Somebody went one day, he did something, he kept doing it.
Okay.
After 2 years, he went and he took it.
All due respect,
So he fought him and he didn't win, he won. That's why he has there, Airbnb, thank you.
and it's the first time in many years that I've heard somebody speak for a few hours. Words of the Rebbe. Everybody's just not mechanic. And he's not, every single word that he's spoken was the words of the Rebbe, which is, you don't have it. Let's not take that for granted. So I sort of yield my respect to you. However, I challenge Jacobson to be innovative, creative in that phrase, because everything that he said tonight is mamish, amazing, it's inspirational, everything. But it's play. You replay by bringing 60. Right? So it's great. It's really innovative and creative and beautiful. But I challenge Rabbi Jacobson, my old Chabad, to dig deep and give us the real deal. Because you have it in you. So Chaim, as you said, Chaim. Now I'm going to shut up.
How come we didn't turn this to him while he was
Chaim. I appreciate your vote of confidence.
People are watching this.
So we're here for whole Shabbos, plenty Fabrengens. I wanted to say a few words about Golas Pnimi. That I have only one Jew here that I think is struggling with the Golas Pnimi. He's walking out exactly when I start speaking. But I also want to speak about, I think, something that is not fully appreciated. I don't know, I'm not trying to be innovative, to be honest. For me, I think the most innovative thing is that like that professor who wrote a paper and he was marked by all his colleagues and they wrote, what you wrote is both good and original. The problem is, the part that's good is not original and the part that's original is not good. I think the most innovative thing is to go back to the actual sources. What's innovative is how to translate it. The Rebbe blessed me with being in the right place in the right time. I sat at the feet of the Rebbe for many years. But also blessed me with an ability that I think is able to know how to communicate, translate a Torah Chassidus in a way that makes it very relevant. It comes down to, I hardly consider myself a business person or a marketer, even though some people think I'm a great one. But I think that it really comes down to this. If you don't feel that something is necessary in your life, you're not going to incorporate it into your life. Straightforward. To put it in maybe more blunt terms, many frum Jews today, I'm not going to say all, but many, are frum because they grew up with it, not because they feel it's necessary. Had they grown up in a Christian world, they may have been devout Christians. I know it sounds a little sacrilegious. So you grew up with it, and it was like, I grew up with it, This is our way of life. And unless you have a very strong reason to leave it, that's the way cultural Judaism works. You never challenge yourself. However, we know when you look at this, That's not enough, mitzvah sanoshim ulumada, to be a mechanical Jew. It has to be something that is, you personally experience. There's a Torah from the Baal Shem Tov. It says, why do we say Elokeinu, Elokei Avosenu, Elokei Avram Yitzchak v'Yaakov, and Shemesah? The order should be the other way around. First he was Elokei Avram Yitzchak v'Yaakov, then he's Elokei Avosenu, and then he's Elokeinu. So why does it say the order the opposite? The Baal Shem Tov answers, Medik answer. He says, when we're children, we're taught about Elokeinu, Elokei Avosenu, Elokei Avram Yitzchak v'Yaakov. But when you become an adult, it has to be Elokeinu. You have to own it. Are you serving the God of your parents, or are you serving the God that is your God? That's called pnimis. You're not just doing it because your parents told you to do it. So that is the big challenge. In the work I do, I speak to audiences. When I speak to a frum audience, you can take for granted they already keep Shabbos, they eat kosher, they keep Pesach, etc., etc. The challenge there is to make it relevant to them. It shouldn't be just cultural. But when you speak to a secular audience, by them it's not a given. I know thousands, millions of people, they're not going to do Pesach unless they have a good reason to do it. So it's good, they saw me invite them to a Seder. So for me, the challenge is how do you explain to them that becoming to a Seder is going to be life-changing? That instead of going to a party that night, going to a club, or just in general doing something else, Seder is going to be important to you. And you can't just expect Kabbalah Seder. Because God said Seder Seder, Seder Seder. Very, very few people respond to Kabbalah Seder. So how do you make it relevant? So let's put it into simple English. If someone keeps Shabbos, will they have a healthier life than if they don't keep Shabbos? If somebody does chesed for another person, you're doing chesed only because God blessed you. So Chassidus explains, and only Chassidus, in Nigla, you're going to get, Nigla say, here's the mitzvah you're supposed to do. But Chassidus will explain that when you did tzedakah to another person, it's not just the right thing to do because God blessed you, so you have to share. Give meiser or whatever. It's that it makes you a healthier person because you have chesed in your heart. And if you don't exercise your chesed, it's just like a muscle. Suddenly that's not being exercised. So by me, the greatest challenge when I speak to different audiences is, how do I explain to them how Torah mitzvahs it actually makes you a healthier and better person? Not just because Hashem wants. I have to tell you something. My road toward a meaningful life. And I did exactly that. I took from the Rebbe's Aces and made, how is it relevant? How is it going to make education of your children better? How will it make your health better? How do you deal with depression? How do you deal with pain? How do you have better marriages, etc.? So, there was a shir downstairs in 770, Yagdil, was giving a shir. And one of his Talmidim, who knows me well, had just read Torah Meaningful Life. And he asked Rebbe, what happens if someone writes a book? He doesn't say that you do a mitzvah because Hashem said so. You do it because it makes your life better. Is that the kavanah? Or that's like to be selfish. You're not doing it l'shma. You're doing it because it makes your whole life better. And that's Rebbe, this question. So Rebbe said, bring me the Likutei Sichos Chelik Tezvav. Rebbe brought they brought the Likutei Sichos. And he opened up the Sich in Vayeshev. I think it's V'shavti B'sholem. But that Vayeshev. And Rebbe says, look at this sif. There's a sif of only one paragraph. Got what sif number it is. It says the Rebbe wrote this B'Ksav Yad Kochek when he was Nagiya the Sikha. And the Rebbe writes like this: that the Tachlis Hashlemus of Tevin Mitzvahs is to do it not only because the Eibishter said so, but because you feel so good fadir. And when you feel good fadir, that's mamish atzmus. Because it means it's so duliginum in the person. It's not just you're doing it, the Eibishter said so, that doesn't necessarily be previous. But when you feel it's good for you, that's the tachlis. He said if someone wrote such a book, it's mamish atzmus. And he didn't know what book it was, so he doesn't read English. Anyway, this guy calls me and said, you know, I was critical of your book, and Abiel said that, he should show me a sikha. And the person who asked the question was actually my youngest brother, Rabbi Yisrael. So he became a chassid of mine after that. My brother, my younger brother. But, yeah. Anyway, the point I want to make is that if you can explain to somebody how Shabbos makes you a healthier person, and because of that they start keeping Shabbos, call it Shalei L'Shma, fine. We all know the Tech Shalei L'Shma, Bo L'Shma, and the Rebbe teaches Tech, the previous of Shalei L'Shma is L'Shma. So if you want to speak about Mashiach and Geula, talk about, like I said, when people were Jews, Rachmana Litzlan, were in a concentration camp, or doing a pogrom, and they cried Ad Moshe, when Mashiach going to come, my Kamashma. Mashiach for them was saving their lives. But today, like the Rebbe explains, we're even in Eretz Asher, it's a very different goals. We're lost in Eretz Asher because we're comfortable. Let's be honest, we're comfortable. In Tavshin Chavdalad is the Yechidus from the Rebbe. He says like this.
Is that the pressure Rebbe father?
Well, it's zugestellt klezmen. So the Rebbe says in the Yechidus, I don't know who the Yechidus was, but the Rebbe says like this: as Eden zayn durch alle nisyonos, Jews went through all the tests and challenges. The test of aniyas, poverty, the test of avodah zarah, a bunch of things. So the Rebbe said, now the test is the Messiah from Freiheit, freedom. The Eibishter sagt Eden, not echt Freiheit, and Lama Zen said, Vel Mashiach. Here's freedom, and let's see if you want Mashiach. And the Rebbe says, Mashiach is not going to come from Morocco and from Russia, because there the Jews are suffering. Mashiach is going to come from America or Australia, because that's where there's Freiheit. And Rachmana Litzlan benutzt das Esav the Hebrew, being used for the opposite. To want Mashiach when things are comfortable is very, very difficult. So how do you explain to someone? How do I explain to you, or you explain to me? Why would I? Now again, I'm not talking about, we all know the lip service. We could all say, Mashiach, there'll be no more death, no more disease, no more poverty, le'rov, le'kina, le'mulchama. You know, we see terrorist attacks, we see wars. So we understand the value, but on a personal level. You live here in Montreal, different Jews live in different places. Most people are pretty comfortable. Now, if you're a person that's in chavis and debt, okay, I can understand. You want Mashiach because you want to get out of debt.
Living in Montreal is a good reason.
So the only way to explain it is to explain how Mashiach makes your life a better life. When I said before to create a product out of chassidus, I know this is, you haven't heard this recording, the mayor. You know why? It's still a recording, I just didn't tell it to you. That's it. Because when you make a presentation, first you warm people up, and then the kids go for the junkie. I would say the following. When you can translate, we live in a world today that people are going, millions of people, billions of people go to therapy. Whether it works or not is not most cases it doesn't work. Billions take medications for depression, for anxiety, for imagined, for real. Divorce is going through the roof. People, marriages, and even in the frum world, whether people admit it or not, it's a challenging situation. Parents and children, a lot of unhealthy life going on. Where do people turn for solutions? Mostly they go to secular psychology. And again, does it solve problems? Not often. Now, didn't the Eibishter give us a Torah and Chassidus in order to give us the best, healthiest life? We call the Torah the blueprint for life. Who can better give us advice in how to live the best, healthiest life than Torah and Chassidus? But you show me how many Jews, even frum Jews, turn to Torah for psychological advice. When's the last time people sit and when they read Kriyas HaTorah, they're people who are the biggest medaykim, they fix the Balkeda every second, right? But ask them, when you have a problem in your life, do you look in the Pasha for an answer? People will laugh. I'm going to look in the Pasha's Mitzvah or Sazariya for an answer in my life. Ridiculous. The Rebbe, most famous expression, most repeated expression is Torah Meloshen Hera. And he explained how you can take a Pasha like Mitzvah or Sazariya, which seems as antiquated, as ancient and archaic as possible, it's no Mitzvah even today, and turn it into a message that helps you in your life. So why can't we create a series of products and life skills and tools that address psychological issues that are based completely on Torah Chassidus? You don't even need secular psychology. I don't see any reason not to. Now, not everybody's capable of doing it, but it can be done, and it has been done, but on a small scale. So when you say Golus Panimi, it's a nice word. What does Golus Panimi mean? You know what it means? You're stuck in your comfort zone. That's what it means. You're not ready to make hazaz. You're not ready to move. You're stuck in wherever you are. It could be even in Gedusha. There's Gedusha and Golus too. It's all in a state you're stuck in your place. I remember once meeting a journalist who wanted to see Israel. He wanted to see the inside world, the frum world. She said, where can I said, let's meet in Geula Friday afternoon, like 2 o'clock. You know, what Geula looks like there. And the chants and that's a level they can fit. And he's an American journalist, he's not a stupid guy, he's a smart guy. He said to me, what did you call this neighborhood? I said, Geula. He says, doesn't that mean redemption? He says, if this is Geula, what does Golus look like? That's what he wanted to know. So you get the idea. Getting out of your Golus means recognizing that your routines and your habits and your comfort zone is not the healthiest place to be. Now, people do this all the time. If an athlete wants to become a better tennis player, they're going to work hard. The same thing with a musician, because they see that only working hard and staying in your comfort zone is not going to make them excel. How can we motivate people to get out of their comfort zone, to see that there's a better world, a better life that you can live? And this can be in any area, whether it's marriage, whether it's dealing with children, education, dealing with sensitive matters, dealing with sexuality, no matter what it is. And that, to me, is the key challenge. Now, it's true not everybody has been trained. I went to yeshiva. They did not teach us this way. Like one of my chaverim once told me, I said to him, so what do you think? He says, well, I know there's Lamates Malachas and Esses Firis. Understand? It's a bunch of numbers by him. He says, so I said, okay, and he has a PhD. I said, I have a PhD in all of this. Like they say, he knows all the information, but doesn't know anything. So how do you translate it? And that's the challenge. Now, I think we have among us good teachers and people who know how to do it, and we have to teach each other until it becomes second nature. I don't think that a shliach, or, I can't tell you how many shluchim I speak to. Shluchim tell me. I have my wealthiest couple, for example. If they have an issue, I don't know what to tell them. I'm not trained. When I start talking to them about Atzilus, I don't even know how to talk about Atzilus in a way that's relevant to them. So I send them to therapists. He says, I can't even advise my best people. And imagine a shliach is supposed to be the one that's sharing. I can learn to teach them Parsha Shavua, but I can't teach them life skills because I don't know how to translate it. That means our yeshiva system has not really done a great job, and I know personally. I went through the yeshiva system. We learned about these ideas, concepts. They're very haskoladik, but there's no emotional intelligence involved. I know people who know every mind of Chassidus, but they're very emotionally immature. So you can know it's cerebrally. It's like knowing how to play chess. Yeah. Look, the bottom line is, unfortunately, a lot of our so-called inner people that are very emotionally they're quite immature, to be honest, or we sometimes call them emotionally constipated. meaning locked up, and they can't really, so this is I think a language thing, and it's a discussion, Look, when the pandemic broke out, which was March 2020, you know what I did? I said to myself right away, what would the Rebbe say? I know that Rebbe would always go with this approach. If there's something big going on in Lumazeh, you have to make something bigger in Kedusha. That's the Rebbe's response. That's the wisdom response. You have to do something more in Meir. So you know what I did? I went online, GoDaddy, and I registered Pandemic of Goodness and Kindness.com. I said what needs to be done, and the idea I have, I didn't have execution, but the idea I had, you have to take this events and turn it into a pandemic of goodness and kindness. Got everybody's attention. Remember, the world was going on. And when the war in Ukraine broke out, it's been even a bigger disruption. Yes, something like that, war or revolution.
Now you have a bunch of URLs.
Like every founder in museum has hundreds of URLs.
I'm not harvesting URLs. The point is the idea. And goodness and kindness are the Rebbe's words. So there's no question that we have now many opportunities because there is a big wake-up call in the world now. I think 5 years ago would be a lot harder because people were pretty much comfortable. I think COVID and now the new disruptions have just created a lot of an opening because people are receptive. I mean, I see it from my own work. My work is literally quadrupled probably in the last 2 years because of what's going on out there. So I just wanted to throw out some thoughts in this, and we're going to fabrate more. I'm very impressed with my brother-in-law, Beryl, because he's sitting here. A bowl of sale. I know he has to drive me back.
What you're saying is, tonight, just the opening.
Laying the groundwork.
Laying the groundwork for a weekend.
I didn't really come here with a business plan, but now that you're putting it that way, I didn't come for that reason, actually. I came here to Fabrein, and Fabrein, I just thought that you can't have Fabrein. Got Mashiach in the building. Missing the Ikas, but you sound like that Chosed Alter Rebbe said. We know what you want. What do you want? What do you need?
I remember the first time. Is there more going to be? I would not know about the schools.
I know you. I'm very impressed.
Now we have like this balance.
Everyone will agree. Now that we're looking for a next project. We're all looking for 90% of the people have at least spent 30% of the day thinking about the construction. We're all getting prepared for it. So everyone should know we have to buy the building.
Everything becomes
So what do you need from me, for example?
Like Harvard young guys that could bring young talent in.
everything is
We're making sure that there's going to be pallets of all the drinks. Everything's going to be organized. But now we're looking for another project to take on. Like she's bored.
Is he speaking for all of you? So how often do you get bored?
It's good.
It's the first time in 3 months.
Yeah, I see
Yeah,
that.
that's a good challenge. I got it. You talk to your chief.
He's part of the polar bear. Huh?
Okay, listen. Are you ready to create a revolution in Montreal?
He's the one that fucking.
Okay, good.
was here for a while until whatever.
Okay. Well, you know, it's good to know.
Splash.
That's great.
I'm a member of the club.
I said the higher medicine and the Fellowship.
Show them the head of the
That's
show them that clear eyes. Every type of ice you need, show them that. I'm down for that.
Okay, so that's beautiful. So listen, the Rebbe said he meditates it up. Yeah, it looks like it's your son, yeah. Relative. Listen, did you read it?
The article I'm saying. Like, of course.
I want to see how you are when you're like yourself. You're also so driven. You're also driven in yourself. Anyway, meditation is one that ever said every person in this room, every person is here, is to not take on, to find treasures of each one, as long as they were rich. Bring them to That's the next step.
5 star, you know.
You have to now maximize.
Cotton, shake something that's the word. Innovative solution.
Yeah, one of each.
Yeah.
No, of course.
You can measure something.
Yeah.
Amazing. But only for your own
There's a bunch of
Fill in the
people
space.
give them thousands of dollars. This is business. It's good business.
Wall to wall.
Good business. Got away from him.
That's very good idea. Yes.
Yields the business. He sales. Your wife and my wife should fucking deal all business. I should just fucking.
If they're real visionary, if they really have money,
deals, make it happen for us. You're a money producer. Let me take care of it. Like, why? She's like, because I'm good at this. You want to make money? Okay, you made the money? Get the fuck out. She tells them, you know? Yeah? Don't give, we're not in the business of losing money. Who the fuck is in the business? No one. He wants to give people free for this and that. Tell them everything. We're not in the business of that's it. Very simple. Tomorrow, right? Bankrupt, buyer and seller. Buy for cheap, sell for hard. That's it. Simple. Simple. My body. Very simple. All I gotta do is figure out why my wife knows better than me and knows the money. The women are smarter than us. Way smarter. Way smarter. You know why? Because very easily manipulated. Yeah. Because they're way smarter. Because we evolve. I'm just now.
Investment in tomorrow.
They're way ahead. They think this, they don't.
I'll walk them home.
They don't need any numbers. They know. They know this, that. Huh? We're like numbers, this, that. They know. Asia Smile is embarrassed by this. She's a crown. They know. I'm always impressed by her. My grandmother always said, you know, I decide where the head turns. She was so proud to show. You know, they're the head, the guy is. You are the head? You're the head, but I decide where you go. Oh, yeah.
that's it. My grandfather's whole business happened because of his wife. Full on. He's good with numbers. He's a very smart guy. She brought the sales. She brought everything. The whole business is because of her. He doesn't want to spend money. He doesn't want this. She says we're spending money.
That's why my wife, she's a good kid, and she told me like, man, you're smart, but a little smarter. Okay, listen, if you're smarter than good on you, you must know better.
You're a smart guy. You're a smart guy. Then you go to
think?
Yeah, I think so. Most guys, they're like, I need a really good, I need this, I need that.
I need to wear whatever makes me more money.
Exactly.
That's what I need to wear.
Exactly.
Who don't give a fuck?
Exactly. Exactly. Yo, Judaism really believes in the kingdom. True. It's really true. Absolutely not. Completely true. You know, Judaism really believes in female are forever and ever. Really. They're strong challenge. We're like, we're small minded. Females are like, right. It's true. Very true. 5 years from now, it says when Mashiach comes, right? It says it says that the woman is gonna exceed the man. Yeah.
Well, mine already did. I'll guarantee you that.
Yeah. I'm talking about one that's true. We're like, we're like messing around, Go to work, we go to that. Garbage.
My wife, way smarter. Honestly, I have to give her.
I agree. My wife, she knows way smarter than me.
You know why she's better than me? Because she knows how to capture soul.
I mean, it's huge.
It's my kid.
Love you.
You're a kid, but huge. But let me explain to you how it works anyway. Because she's a fucking CPA. Whatever I think I know, she knows way fucking better than me. She's like, okay, right. So you think you're smart? Okay, that's cute. Shut the fuck up. Let me explain to you how it actually works.
Does she do your taxes?
Yeah, she does my phone for you. She just likes to pay for my taxes. And she goes to me, Ryan, you're a fucking idiot. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I did this and this. Like, they don't see it. That's like $50. I'm like, who cares about $50? I don't give a fuck about $50. She's like, because now it's blah 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 blah. I'm like, come on, really? It's okay. You don't care now, but you have to figure it out. She gave me shit. She put you in your spot. Like a fucking 4-year-old kid, like that needs to fucking spank.
Let's go, Brandon, baby! They're smarter. That's it. We have to understand. We have to accept. Accept it. It's okay. It's fine. It's better. Let them. They know how to bring up the kids. They know all the shit. Let them deal with it.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. I love that shit. So good, my brother. My brother loves it. Like, I see my picture of this place. I'm very happy this place is a massive success. He's like, I love it. Very, very happy.
They're fuller smarter than us. Funny you mentioned that. We're stuck on our egos. We're stuck on this. We're stuck on that. They don't give shit. They don't care. They don't care. They want the best for us.
And you know what? That's why they're better than us. Because they want to be better.
I was in that.
They want better. They're capable to say, fuck you, you're ego. We want better
more.
for
And
you.
we're like, my ego, my this, and they're like, I don't care.
They're not going to sell sold out. They can't want better charity when they can't sell sold out.
Very impressive.
They know they'll get the most money.
Unbelievable.
As a community. Well, we should do that.
We should always be able to
They're
be,
legit. You go to them.
say
You really
that
are a
our
visionary and you want to keep the Jewish community going.
every day of our life, we just wake up and say, my wife is my
time they like from Jews or whatever.
She's my friend.
They know this.
I may be smart, I may be rich. My wife, she knows.
You're not selling it to
That's every day you should wake up and say,
either it's considered Jews or
I'm lucky that my wife is my wife. I got the better end.
No one else has what we have.
Always.
We need
Always.
to
Every day. Every day. Just go on their voice. That's
as a
my
collective. And we
Collected in the whole
it's the Lubavitch community. You can't go in as one because then you don't have to say the same. You go in, take one guy from any place, it's sold, and right? Listen to that. The main what are we selling? Think about it. We're selling forever. There's no discounted cash model that could beat this.
I saw you.
They have the friends and the co-workers that have kids.
Weird. I know this guy, but
They walk 40 minutes.
Not even know. Someone
know him.
They drive.
Some days. That's what I said before. Yeah, and I saw you.
We're nothing. They're not selling it.
There's no discussion.
They're not selling it.
I went looking for you. I went looking.
That's continuity. Forget it.
Walk away.
There's no chance they do this. The guy's driving a show. His kid's 80 quarters. His kid. If they really, our visionaries are not community leaders. They are. Not a visionary, and you're not a community leader, and you can always go on a grocery store with sandwiches, whatever the story was. And yeah, you keep it going. You can pay for it in your life, and then you'll have a property that you can use, and you're a businessman. Regardless, rinse it out. Regardless, this is rinse it out. Regardless, there's no money that we pay for.
Maybe in the storage room.
Here's the thing. We can never afford the money that we need to sell. We could afford to sell it for no money. That's it. But if I consider myself to be a hotshot visionary for a town leader, and I say, and we feel something like Russian politics. We look at it like it's more Jewisher than
What?
much bigger.
My brother Levi?
The amount of Jews that are
Let's hear it from a chassid.
and by the fact that we also have way more. So their whole thing is not. So if they really believe in it, only choice is there's no negotiation, there's no selling, no buying. It's like, we'll put a black up. I'm telling you, you gotta look at it like you're a fucking boss.
You ever told them this? Every other guy is like,
multiple negotiations. What's that? In my life, there's been multiple takeovers of control in the community. Every day, they came begging to us. Because they're all fucking and fucking almost every other show, right?
Oh, so when I came in Tigers Club, you were there when I came in?
Is there 12? How do you know? It says? I thought 1 p.m. I thought you get it.
Zayden told me after you want to go to the meeting with the thing
I'm not saying don't build. Build it. Build it and promote it. It's not going to be
big guy, make it happen. Tell him. We can.
like
What?
we have one thing in real estate, right?
when there's only one buyer for that place.
Many years ago.
There's no other buyer. They ain't finding a buyer. They can't sell it.
You know this. Everyone.
You don't understand. We're in such a position.
You and Mayor should have a meeting with the guy.
I can't listen. I don't know when it's gonna happen. And don't forget, we're here for
Mayor said
Mayor
it's gonna happen. Mayor told me it's gonna happen.
And you would think it's much farther away than I is. And don't forget, 100 years, like,
10 more people tuned in.
what's that song? What do you call it?
Yeah.
25?
I want to take
Who has it now?
Right, right. But they kept all the money and they kept giving the show. They took the part.
They can't take. They can sell it. Give it to charity. There's nothing to know. They give it back $1 million. They take. The only thing they can do is give it to charity. These things are not private things. There's nothing they can do with it. And like, again,
Mayor can take Sherman in a day.
freaking flip is you are.
People are gonna be
No, take it. Yes, who cares? What?
This is my phone.
Oh,
That's your phone?
okay, get it, go.